Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second day of Imaginarios de Desarrollo Post-extractivista y economías heterodoxas en el sur global.
Recording in progress.
Today, we are happy to announce that we are featuring two prominent scholars in their respective fields. The first one is Bram Büscher. He is the author of a super good book called The Conservation Revolution, who has been published by Verso. He's the co-author of that book, and he has been doing a very interesting job conceptualizing that concept, as you will see in his presentation. And then we have Peter Howson, who is a professor on the University of Northumbria in Newcastle, and he has been writing about the relation between crypto-colonialism and surveillance, philanthropy in the crypto world, and its relation to climate. Well, I think that both of them fits very well in this conversation, in this presentation. And well, Bram is going to start, and then Pete is going to continue. Welcome, guys, and you can start whenever you want, Bram. Thanks for being here.
Great, thank you so much, Ekaitz, and to the organizers for organizing. I really appreciate it. Also to share the stage with Pete, and hope to set him up in my presentation. So yeah, I was just very honored and pleased to be part of the conference. And yeah, it's always a bit weird because you don't always see everybody who's online. But what I learned from Ekaitz is that there are many people from different sectors in the conference, including government sectors, actually talking about, you know, post-extractivism, unorthodox economic thinking. And I really appreciate that. So yesterday I actually sneaked into the meeting, to the conference as well, and I saw some of the presentations by Hayung Chan and by others, Kwan Graven, that I actually really enjoyed, and also the introductory session with people from different government agencies and from other sectors, actually talking about these things in an incredibly deep and meaningful way. And in fact, this morning I was talking to a Spanish PhD candidate who told me that the extractivist question and the resource question is a big discussion at the moment in Spain, and that she was really wondering why this debate was not actually happening here in the Netherlands. And I've been wondering that for about 20 years or so. So it's really heartening to actually hear that these discussions are going on across the sectors in Chile and in Spain and in other countries. And I think we can learn a lot from that. And I hope you guys can do something to break through that here in the Netherlands as well. So I hope to be able to contribute a little bit to that discussion, particularly by focusing on the role of global conservation, right? So clearly conservation has often been seen as a sector that helps to move us beyond extractivism, right? That helps us to move, you know, beyond the current sort of extractivist economic model in order to to save biodiversity, etc. And clearly, right, within the conservation world, people know, like I think many of us here, people know that business as usual is no longer tenable, right? Our human global impact on the rest of the planet, right, is dramatic and needs to be offset and balanced out in so many ways. And the conservation sector is often seen to do just this, right, to support this, to balance out the environmental impacts of capitalism by focusing on different ways to save biodiversity. But for my research, and I think a big group that Peter has also been part of, right, we've asked the question, can we trust capitalism to save nature? Can we see capitalist conservation, right, as a new development model beyond extraction? And I think the straightforward answer to that is no, but it's much more complicated than that, obviously. And I will try to show a little bit why. First and foremost, what is important to say in that respect is that capitalism and conservation have been historically intertwined since the beginning, right? So since the very start of the modern conservation movement based around protected areas in the 19th century, 1850, 60, 70, capitalism and conservation have always sort of been deeply intertwined and part of each other and influenced each other. But they are not often seen as such, right? Conservation is often seen as this do-good sector that fights to save nature from the causes of its degradation. And the question, of course, is whether that's true. Now, the answer that perhaps is not true is not straightforward. Now, why is that the case? Because at this point in time, we see many capitalists, right, also having concluded that our current economic system actually leads to structural environmental degradation and social inequalities, right? So if you take Al Gore and David Blood, for example, with their very famous, ID Manifesto for Sustainable Capitalism, right? They say that we need to get away from short-termism, build a more long-term responsible form of capitalism, and other initiatives like the breakthrough capitalism and Plan B also say that, and literally I quote, right, that current capitalism is failing economically, socially, and environmentally. And hence, somebody like Peter Bucker, the president of the World Business Council on Sustainable Development, says we need a revolution of capitalism. And we've seen that many big capitalist actors have actually tried to do that, have gone out of their way to build a new accumulation model, a new way to accumulate that is green, right? We all know the big green sectors and green models nowadays, but we refer to this, Rob Fletcher and myself refer to this specifically as accumulation by conservation. And this has been going on for a long time, but really picked up over the last decades in all kinds of ways, right? But particularly by seeing how the transnational capitalist class and big consumer interests have actually aligned increasingly with transnational conservation interests, right? To such a degree that sometimes they become increasingly indistinguishable. So if you would go to the Nature Conservancy website, the Nature Conservancy, the biggest conservation organization in the world today, you will find literally on the website, and I checked this an hour ago still, it says, quote, by working with companies, we can unlock financial, human, and natural capital to conserve lands and waters and ensure thriving communities. And then they list a whole bunch of partner companies. And that list is basically, I keep being astonished by that, but it's basically a who is who of the most dirty and destructive companies on the planet, including, and I kid you not, Shell, Amazon, Cargill, Coca-Cola, Dow, Nestle, BHP Billiton, a big mining company, and many others, right? And you see this with WWF, Conservation International, and many other organizations as well. At the same time, over the last decades, we've seen the language around conservation change a lot, right? New terms have arisen. They're not so new anymore, but they've become normal, including terms like natural capital, environmental services, natural capital accounting, including through new mechanisms like, reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, REDD+, and PES, payments for ecosystem services. Now, we'll be saying a little bit about that, but not go into too much detail. What I basically want to argue is that that model is deeply contradictory, as it actually depends on continued and intensifies resource extraction, consumption, and problematically further stimulates a deeper alienation from nature, from the rest of nature. That's the one element. And then the other element is that I believe that these things are currently being further intensified in a very rapid way and rendered more complicated by digital platform and crypto technologies. But I hope Pete will talk much more about that. So I will discuss our ideas about accumulation by conservation a little bit more and show some of those contradictions, particularly also in between, the so-called global north and global south, and how this type of conservation works across, the globe, and inequalities within the globe, and how this is currently being further intensified. So starting with accumulation by conservation, how do conservation and capitalism relate, and how have they become sort of part of this professed new model of accumulation? And to help me explain that, I want to share my screen very briefly. Hope that works, that everybody can see this. So here you have basically the model that Rob and I developed on accumulation by conservation. And it's really based on world systems thinking, particularly Giovanni Arrighi's groundbreaking work, where he looks at particular regimes of global capitalist accumulation and the global hegemonic powers that drive them, and how over time, right, they give way to others when their contradictions start to impede the potential for profit and growth. And of course, with Giovanni Arrighi's world systems model, right, the idea, of course, is that this happens on a global scale with global hegemons, but within these longer term accumulation strategies, there are actually smaller or shorter regimes of accumulation as well. And that is what we focus on here in our particular model. So what we've tried to show here is how from the 1860s, as I said before, from the start of modern conservation, this can be contested obviously, but right, the first protected areas sort of really come from this this time up to now. We've seen three sort of major regimes of accumulation. If you take sources like Mandel, Lesch and Uri, David Harvey Arrighi's work and others as your starting point. So from the 1860s to the 1960s, really sort of colonial, Fordist organized type capitalism that were characterized by vertical integration, statism, state-led, right, top-down, and very, very violent. And this is where we believe, that the fortress conservation approach comes in. Also, very top-down, often by state, and incredibly violent. But we also see other forms of conservation, including, emerging wildlife tourism happening. Now, interestingly, in the 1970s, the very early sort of start, 60s, 70s of the sort of neoliberal counter-revolution, if you will, saw a change to a regime of post-Fordism, or what some have referred to as disorganized capitalism, characterized much more by flexible forms of accumulation and decentralization, guided by, neoliberalism, but a particular sort of form of rollback neoliberalism that really had to break down that central state and devolve, power, particularly to the private sector, but across all layers of society. And then later, which is what the rollout neoliberalism represents, obviously, sort of reassemble the state, but now in neoliberal form. And this really happened between the 1970s, of course, and the early 2000s. And we see conservation following suit, right? And we refer to that as flexible conservation, moving away from broader, emphasis on fortress conservation, also understanding, and actually to a good degree, like what we see with decolonization, right? Sort of admitting the incredible violence of fortress conservation and of colonial forms of conservation, and trying to rectify that in some way or another by incorporating other actors into a broader, form of capitalism. And we see this, in conservation with a focus on community-based conservation or integrated conservation and development projects, ICDPs, right, whereby ecotourism again plays an incredibly important role, but whereby devolvement and decentralization are absolutely critical. I've done quite a lot of work in the beginning of my career on trying to see, you know, why didn't this work, you know? Because in principle, I think many of us would agree that it's really critical to put local communities, indigenous communities, at the center of conservation, right? People who live with, you know, biodiversity, that they are the main stewards. But in a way, what this model also did, right, is to make local people responsible for protecting biodiversity, right? And having to deal with the pressures, you know, from outside on that same biodiversity at the same time, right? And they would be offset, you know, through market-based mechanisms, basically. So that, you know, is what we refer to as flexible forms of conservation, right? Decentralized, etc. Now, since the 2000s, we believe that has again not given way. I mean, so we believe that fortress and flexible conservation still exists, right? We still have a big emphasis on protected areas, you know, and in fact even bigger now. And I will say a bit more about that just now. And also, of course, also community-based conservation has not gone away. But the real sort of focus of, yeah, mainstream conservation, if you will, has moved elsewhere, and we refer to this as fictitious conservation. This is certainly not a term that's used in the conservation community, obviously, but you know, through things like payments for ecosystem services, REDD+ that I mentioned before, reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation through the international carbon market, forms of species or wetlands banking and other financial mechanisms, you actually see how a broader form of financialization or casino capitalism focused on, you know, forms of spectacular accumulation, networks, etc., is reflected in conservation. And we refer to this as fictitious conservation for many reasons, but two in particular. First of all, because it's a form of conservation that sort of profits from and financializes nature twice. First by degrading it, and then by conserving it. All the while, and that's the second idea about fictitious, all the while not actually making a major positive change in the meantime, right? So climate change, as we know, has not stopped. The extinction crisis has not halted. I mean, some species perhaps have not gone extinct, you know, that certainly has happened. But the overall problem hasn't gone away. So for us, that is the kind of, you know, fiction about this form of conservation. But even more literally is that the value attached to moving beyond extractivism, the value attached to moving beyond you know, sort of the business as usual, is actually completely severed from what is actually happening on the ground in actual ecosystems and actual spaces, and mainly also in the global south. So this is you know, how we see fictitious conservation is analogous to fictitious capital, right? Fictitious capital is capital that is put into circulation without having yet a basis in material production, right? That's mostly in terms of loans and in terms of debt. Now, of course, we live in a huge debt-filled economy, and fictitious conservation is a bit the same, right? It's sort of placing value on greening things, on conserving nature, right? In a way that makes the value that is generated through that by, you know, selling commodities or speculating financially on forms of conservation, completely severed from the actual realities of conservation in actual places, right? There are still some links that you can make, but for those of us who are involved in this, for example, by offsetting our flights, we have no idea where that offset is actually going and where there are trees planted, etc., and what effect that in the end really has locally. And so that is also what we try to convey with the idea of fictitious conservation. But for us, there's an even bigger element here, and that is that we actually question through this approach whether the goal is conservation in the first place, right? Whether conservation is the goal to begin with, right? So these forms of conservation, fortress, flexible, and fictitious, are counterweights, sort of reflections of these regimes of accumulation in some way or another. And you can also see them as Polanyian counter movements, right? To offset and again balance out the extractivism that happens through these regimes of accumulation. But, you know, and that certainly plays a role. Obviously that plays a role, but we also argue that at the same time, through forms of conservation, you actually open up new possibilities for profit, for growth, for value creation, right? They may be fictitious to some degree, but nonetheless, there are often significant funds involved nonetheless. And so, you know, this becomes a new logic of accumulation altogether. And that's why we refer to that as accumulation by conservation. All of this, right, as I've tried to show also, doesn't actually solve the problems that it refers to. Localized, there may be positive impacts here or there, but it actually hasn't stopped the climate crisis and or hasn't stopped the extinction crisis in any way. And in fact, I would argue, together with Rob and others, that it actually leads to some major contradictions. And I just want to name just a couple to give you a bit of an idea about the kind of contradictions this model of accumulation by conservation is steeped into. First, and I think this relates directly to the conference, of course, it depends fully on resource extraction and extractivist lifestyles, right? In many, many ways, but I will not go into too much detail here, but in its most basic level, it means that economic growth becomes necessary to actually pay for environmental conservation and protection, right? That you first need to destroy in order to have the money to be able to protect. So that is the most fundamental contradiction there. And I don't know about all of you, but I see these kind of examples all the time. I mean, literally last week here at my university, at Wageningen University here in the Netherlands, we were asked to come up with proposals for the so-called Dutch Growth Fund, a major sort of fund, literally billions of euros to stimulate cutting-edge science that needs to stimulate economic growth. And on their website as well, it says literally, economic growth is necessary to pay, you know, for example, for climate, to tackle climate change, to tackle the extinction crisis. You know, and this is such a fallacy, because if you look at the only significant blip in CO2 emissions over the last decades, you can see that was from a COVID-induced economic contraction 2 years ago, right? So that is really a fundamental contradiction, but it also translates into other really weird and funky contradictions that I see in my research all the time. I just want to mention, show you a couple. So here's one from my research in Southern Africa. So this is a new gated estate. So in South Africa, this is a new thing. I mean, gated estates, you know, you have everywhere. Of course, Latin America has many of them as well. South Africa also. But in several places, they're building new, what they call wildlife estates, where part of it, you build houses, and the other parts you build, you keep open for so-called wilderness. And here you can see that the green, and it goes further down to the south, is the wilderness area, and the rest is all houses. And so these are the kind of pictures that they use on their website. But, you know, it's a bush and arrow estate, and on their website, you know, it shows a big 4x4 driving into the estate. And then it says move to sustainability. And in fact, you can own your own private plane and land it on the airstrip and move it into your private hangar before going to your house. So this is of course, you know, like true sustainability, elite style. And it's all part of a bigger so-called wildlife economy in South Africa that is currently being pushed quite hard. So here's a cartoon from the government. There's wealth in wildlife. You can't probably read much of it, but the interesting thing for me is this, you know, the animal equals rand. The R is the South African valuta, rand. So, you know, the animal literally equals money. And then it shows all the ways in which you can benefit from wildlife, right? Ecotourism, hunting for meat, breeding, sales, etc., skin and hide production products, etc. So again, you know, a way in which accumulation by conservation becomes, you know, manifest and actually depends on forms of extraction. Now, if you want to take it up one notch still, I found this one, particularly in relation to my extinction research, that I thought was also particularly interesting. That instead of, you know, thinking that our lifestyles are problematic when it comes to species extinction, for the rich, you can actually go on a relatively private wildlife safari around the world by private jet, you know, for $160,000 US per person, for a 24-day excursion, and you literally go around the whole world looking at endangered animals before they genuinely go extinct. So if somebody has 160,000 to spend, here's a way to do that. But if you have a little bit less, of course, you can also still go to the south of Chile, where the last wilderness is also, you know, always you know, something that these kind of companies like Abercrombie and Kent like to market as the last wilderness, and this only costs 10,000 per person. Anyway, those are just some examples, and it seems to become wilder and wilder very often, in terms of, you know, the contradictions of, you know, resource extraction and consumerist lifestyles that are part of this new sort of economy that is still being built. Now, second, because I know I'm running out of time, another contradiction is ABC's, accumulation by conservation's, reliance on inequality, right? And particularly here, the relation between the global north and the global south that I alluded to earlier becomes really important. And this is an argument that Pete has made, that many others have made, including in one of the very first real important articles by Kathleen McAfee, called Selling Nature to Save It. And she literally argues in her paper, and I went back to check it because I still think it's a powerful piece, quote, that in the market world imagined by proponents of global environmental services, trade, labor, land, and lives are cheaper in the global south. So in order for biodiversity and carbon offset markets to work as an efficient climate mitigation strategy, they must remain cheaper there, right? So the profits earned by buyers and brokers, the primum mobile of environmental services markets, depend on this ongoing inequality, end quote. So Kathleen and others have been making this argument again. And in fact, Molly Doane also used the term accumulation by conservation to actually say that another form of inequality in which this happens is that enclosure of value actually happens, quote, when environmental organizations from the global north appropriate land in the global south that is already well preserved. And we see this a lot now as well. So protected areas in the global south that are already quite well preserved now become forms of legitimation for selling carbon credits and other forms of biodiversity credits to organizations to basically keep polluting. So this allows capitalist elites in the global north to buy themselves out of environmental problems and actually create new markets for profit in the process, accumulation by conservation. A third contradiction is that this actually relies on a deep alienation of nature. What I want to argue here is not just that this is some estrangement from the rest of nature as a byproduct, but this is its explicit objective, right? If you take nature and biodiversity markets, climate change markets seriously, then alienation is actually the sine qua non of these markets. right? Because the best markets are those globally that are liquid, that allow for a fast turnover of goods and services. And the basis for this fast turnover is a willingness to be separated from a good or service, to render it open to market exchange, to be alienated from it in order to allow somebody else to temporarily own or enjoy it, with the emphasis, of course, on temporary. So to think of this as the, type of alienation in relation to the basis of life, right? Biodiversity and ecosystems that sustain us all is deeply contradictory. Now, not all conservationists buy this. I just want to make that remark. Not everybody is fully on board with this. Chris Sandbrook and others at Cambridge have done important work to show that within the conservation community, a lot are actually very skeptical of this as well. So this is not a one-way picture at all. And in fact, over the last years, as I mentioned before, a lot of conservationists have actually sort of said that we must go back to protected areas. But our argument in terms of accumulation by conservation has also been that protected areas, or the fortress conservation model, was part and parcel of capitalism from the beginning, and so cannot be the way out. And I want to briefly show and hopefully give you some evidence of why this is the case, why increasing the protected area state will not get us out of the biodiversity crisis, and out of the problems with an extractivist model. Now, this is the famous set of graphs from the Great Acceleration, part of broader Anthropocene debates. I think it was alluded to yesterday, and perhaps it's hard to read, but basically here you see all kinds of socio-economic and earth system trends, right, from GDP, energy use, water use, right, to all kinds of forms of extraction, right, tropical forest loss, shrimp agriculture, nitrogen, etc. And they all, have this hockey stick graph, right? They, from the 1750s, go, upwards slightly, and then from the 1900s and 1950s, strongly upward. Now, there's a lot to be said to critique this, because this may seem that it's just one type of picture, and the picture is, of course, very uneven globally. But what this shows, again, also to elites, is, of course, that this is completely unsustainable, right? That this kind of extractivist model is completely unsustainable. And we have seen that obviously it has had impacts on biodiversity and the current biodiversity crisis that subsequently show exactly the same graphs. So here are some graphs about extinction crisis that we're currently going through. On the left is the conservative, and on the right is the very conservative estimates. But again, you see from the 1700s, 1800s, 1900s, strong upward movements of extinctions across different species categories in relation to the background extinction rate. So keep that in mind, because the next slide actually shows you the growth of protected areas since 1911. And here you have exactly the same hockey stick graph, right? So the green are the terrestrial, the blue, the marine biodiversity, total areas under some form of protection globally, and the red line is the cumulative total. So what this shows, for me at least, is that exactly in the same time as we see the growth of protected areas, we see all of these things happening, right? So they're not separated from each other. And perhaps the conservation movement could say, if it wasn't for protected areas, it could have been even worse. But to me, I don't find that a very convincing argument. Support the conservation community, it could have been worse. I don't think that is the way to go. So, all of this, I think, shows for very clearly that the accumulation by conservation model is highly contradictory and is not a sustainable model. I want to, I think, finish here because the time is more or less up. But more recently, I have argued that new technologies actually really sort of push this quite a bit. I've talked a lot in my work about what I call nature 2.0, which is how digital platforms basically turn, our experiences with nature into very lively spectacles, whilst at the same time turning them into, data and algorithmic choices. So the way I actually refer to Nature 2.0 is the lively spectacle of dead natures, an intense contradiction whereby the environmental crisis, right, becomes a spectacle in and of itself. And this can be taken one step further still into the crypto world, but that I will leave to Pete to do. So I basically want to leave it there, but maybe just to say that we also have been thinking a lot about ways to get out of this. Because this is a bit of a depressing picture, and after studying this for 15 years, personally, but also Rob Fletcher felt that, and many others, that it's important to think about, ways to get out of this. So in our book, The Conservation Revolution, we've also come up with an idea around convivial conservation that is really beyond growth, but also beyond the nature-people dichotomy, and tries to integrate nature and people within a different economy as a new sort of vision going forward for conservation, that also at the same time learns a lot from indigenous peoples and other ways of living with nature around the world. So thank you so much for again for the invitation and for the attention, and I look forward to your presentation, Pete, and to the discussion.
Okay, so many thanks, Bram. So Pete, now the stage is yours.
Okay, you can hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Lovely. I'll just bring up my slides. Are we good? Great. Thanks very much. So my name's Pete Howson. I'm a senior lecturer in international development at Northumbria University in Newcastle in the UK. I'm very honoured to be a panelist with Bram. I don't think I've ever written anything that doesn't draw on some of Bram's ideas, and today is no different at all. So I'm going to be discussing my current research, which takes this idea of accumulation by conservation and looks at what blockchain has got to do with it. I'm going to look at all the many ways blockchain is being used in carbon markets, so crypto carbon, I call it, crypto giving, so this is fundraising using cryptocurrencies for conservation, and also the possibilities for using blockchain and cryptocurrency for degrowth. I've pitched this at people with no background at all in blockchain and cryptocurrencies, so we can all have a nice time, even if we don't have any technical knowledge of these ideas. There is a growing number of ways that this technology is being used, and I want to talk about all of them, which is quite ambitious. This might feel a bit rushed. I hope it doesn't too much, but we can connect later if there is any questions, or if we want to continue the conversation somewhere else. So I started my research career looking at REDD+. So this is reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. Bram spoke about that. This was in Kalimantan, an area of Indonesia, specifically the Rimba Raya REDD+ project. And I've always been a very deeply cynical and pessimistic, grumpy old man, even as a young boy. And this project that I was looking at, Rimba Raya in Indonesia, they started using cryptocurrencies and blockchain as a way of trading their carbon commodities that they were producing. And I actually, at that point, when I found out they were doing it, I had a little glimmer of optimism in my eyes. And I thought, actually, this could actually be very exciting. And it could make perhaps the green economy work. But I was foolish, and I shall explain why over the course of the next half an hour. So why blockchain? Well, there's many reasons for this. It is right now a hard time for voluntary carbon markets and conservation and other charities globally. There's lockdowns, which mean that people aren't taking parts in fundraising events. So charities are having to be a bit more innovative in the way they fundraise. People are fearing an economic slowdown. They're being more thrifty. They're not donating. Governments are cutting green taxes, especially in the UK, because of this cost of living crisis that we keep hearing about in the news here. So COVID is coinciding with a general mistrust towards conservationists, perhaps rightly so, carbon markets in particular. And the non-profit sector generally is getting a lot of flack. They've been embroiled in these big scandals. You may have heard of the Oxfam scandal involving abuse claims in areas of Democratic Republic of Congo and Haiti. There's been scandals involving torture and murder at the hands of WWF paid security forces around their protected areas. These are all fueling a general mistrust. But whereas a cost of living crisis, global economic slowdowns, all of these scandals, these are all observable, having a big impact. There's been a massive growth in speculative investment in crypto assets. It was only a couple of years ago where I would explain to people, oh, I'm looking at blockchain technology, and they would look at me blankly and usually glaze over or just walk away. And now it seems when I explain my work, even to my granny, she knows what I'm talking about, and she tells me about some dog money that she's investing all her pension in and things like that. Everyone knows about this. It's very odd. There's lots of newcomers that are now super rich, early adopters in this space. Everyone's getting involved. So what is it then? Sorry if you know what it is, but I'll explain very briefly. A blockchain is an append-only digital database. That's it. It's very simple. It removes the need for intermediaries, so we no longer need bankers or regulators or governments, or traditional regulators to verify transaction. A blockchain is the backbone of cryptocurrencies. And cryptocurrencies, if you don't know, these are systems of digital money that don't need banks. So instead of banks, the job of keeping the books is outsourced to a global network of competing computers using a lot of energy. We'll get to that. NFTs, non-fungible tokens, you've also heard of. This is a stupid NFT here, the one with the balls. This is the most expensive NFT ever auctioned. It was sold for 91 million. You could buy several private jets, or you could buy this image, or you can right click on it now for free if you like and keep it on your computer forever. But someone paid 91 million for this. These balls don't move, by the way. That's it. That's all it does. Non-fungible tokens are like cryptocurrencies, only the tokens themselves are not interchangeable. So it's deliberately done that way to maintain an artificial digital scarcity. If you remember downloading songs for free, or even earlier, where you could put a cassette in a radio and download the charts every week, you do that for free. NFTs are designed to stop people doing that. So they create this, I guess if it's a word that I'll just make up, copyability. It prevents that. Some blockchains, like Bitcoins, they just keep a record of digital transactions that are going on a network. Others are more fancy, like Ethereum's, still uses the same underlying technology. But Ethereum, this blockchain can facilitate smart contracts. So a smart contract, this is where blockchain tokens are encoded with conditions. Imagine that a Bitcoin is similar to the money that's in your pocket. You can go to the petrol station and buy petrol with it, and then you can get the change and buy a packet of sweets. No one's monitoring you. It's not encoded. You're free to spend it however you like. But with smart contracts, you can encode the tokens with conditions. You could only spend those tokens on rice, for example. This is something I made up, but you could encode it to do anything. And you can use these smart contract databases as like escrow accounts. So you could potentially, for example, disintermediate estate agents, for example, and you could replace them with these sort of escrow accounts. So if you put the money in one account, it releases the keys from a key box, for example. A smart contract could do all of that. So there's also things like DAOs, distributed autonomous organizations, DeFi, decentralized finance applications. These are all booming. You may have heard of them, you may not. We don't have time to talk about them now, but they're especially becoming more and more common in the conservation world. So these are things you really want to be keeping an eye on. Okay, so if you do know about cryptocurrencies and blockchain, many of you probably do, you're probably thinking, what has this got to do with climate finance and carbon trading? Because doesn't Bitcoin use the same amount of energy as the whole of Thailand? Well, it does, yes. It uses 204 terawatt hours of electricity every year as of today, and it's going to keep going up because it doubles every year on average. So it's, I would say that proof of work, which is the mechanism that the consensus mechanism that's used by Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies like Ethereum, this is the most wasteful and purposefully polluting technology ever invented. 100%. 204 terawatt hours a year, 115 million tons of CO2 just from Bitcoin alone. So Bitcoin uses the same amount of energy as all the world's data centers combined. Europe's most polluting power station, which is a coal-fired power station in Poland called Belkatau, I've probably spelt it wrong there, Bitcoin uses it releases 4 times more carbon into the atmosphere than this power station. Incredibly dirty. The most terrible thing about this technology isn't just the energy use and the carbon emissions, though, it's also the amount of e-waste. So there are 2.5 million machines that are working full hog, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 98% of those machines that are currently being used to mine Bitcoin and other proof of work cryptocurrencies will never produce a single Bitcoin. 98% will go in the bin after their short lifetime, about a year or two, having not done anything of any value. So it's incredibly wasteful. How can we possibly use this for climate change mitigation? It's very laughable, but some people are doing it. So proof of work is proof of waste. There's no banks, so computers compete for bookkeeping jobs. There's big rewards for keeping the books. So the amount of people interested in taking in doing proof of work mining is doubling every year. With each new miner, the difficulty increases. Think about it like this. I don't know if this is just an English game or you have this in other countries, Hungry Hippos. If there's just 3 or 4 of us playing Hungry Hippos, it's quite an easy thing. You just press the button, you win, everyone wins something, some more than others, but you all get a go. But the more people, imagine that this is an infinitely growing game of Hungry Hippos, the more players that join, the harder it gets to win anything. And the number of balls available decreases over time. So there's currently 6.25 up for grabs every 10 minutes, but 2.5 million miners are having a go. So the chances of you winning anything are tiny. And the more players that join, the harder you have to press the button to try and win something. If a green miner comes along, so they're powering all their machines using renewable energy, it still increases the carbon footprint of the network overall, because everyone else, usually using coal, has to use more coal to make sure they can press the button as hard as they can. Proof of work is proof of waste. We argue in a recent paper preying on the poor opportunities and challenges for tackling the social and environmental threats of cryptocurrencies. That proof of work needs to be banned soon as possible. So there are plenty of blockchain developers that are still using Ethereum and Bitcoin for climate change mitigation. And these are the proof of work cryptocurrencies. Completely bizarre, yes, totally bizarre contradiction, but there you go. But what you come to realize is that a lot of crypto people, they embrace these contradictions and are very averse to reading any of the important work that people like Bram and Robert Fletcher and others have done in the past to try and show that, you know, there are fundamental problems with using technical fixes for politically induced environmental change. They'll ignore all of that. As if something was written more than a few days ago, it can safely be ignored as something that's in the past, it's history, don't worry about it. So many are trying to fix climate change with carbon markets as if that's something we haven't tried before. But they see it as a very new thing. There are other options. There are climate smart blockchains, which we'll talk about later, but there are in this paper here, Crypto Carbon from a few years ago, I wrote with colleagues. It focuses specifically on how crypto people are using cryptocurrencies and blockchain in order to fix the mechanical faults with REDD+. So Bram talked about REDD+, reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. This is an idea of making forests in the Global South, because that's where forests are cheap and labor's cheap and everything else that you need to make a carbon commodity. So it's making those forests more valuable standing than cut down for things like palm oil and timber and things like that. So the idea behind this REDD+ carbon offsetting scheme is that you allow markets to find the most cost-effective solution. You can have business as usual in the global north, but that's fine because you can offset your emissions elsewhere so that the net amount of carbon that's being stored locked away in a tree is equal to the amount that's being released in a more polluting place. Doesn't work though. We know it doesn't because of these. There are many mechanical issues. In this paper, we talk about 4 of them. So that is access to sustainable finance. A lot of these projects have failed to find enough money to keep these going. Monitoring, reporting and verification, and providing additionality. And there's also issues with land tenure as well. So here's an example here. This is Viridium. This is where I did my REDD+ research at the beginning of my PhD career. They have created this credit card. So you go and you buy your trainers on the high street, and what they do at Viridium is they offset the embodied emissions from your purchase by buying an equivalent number of carbon credits to with the money going directly to Infinite Earth, Hong Kong-based business. None of this money goes to the people who live in and around the Rimbaraya REDD+ project. Another one called Earth Token, they did promise that the money, or the fake internet money, cryptocurrency, goes to people in Zimbabwe to reward them, incentivize them for planting trees and things like that. In reality, none of the Earth Tokens ever made it to these people at the Kariba REDD+ project in Zimbabwe. Because it's not legal for that to happen, because they are in a country that doesn't allow for that to happen. Here's another example. This is Gain Forests. So with this project, it allows local people to stake money onto this platform, and if their forests thrive, if there's lots more trees planted, then they are rewarded with a cryptocurrency. But if their forests become degraded, then they lose their stake. So this is the idea. Crypto people like this. They like making a game of it all. But obviously it doesn't account for the people who live in the Amazon rainforest. It doesn't account for the actual drivers of deforestation, which are often not the local smallholders. It is actually the big multinationals that are coming in it doesn't change anything on a big scale. This project was sponsored by the United Nations Environment Programme. They were given a lot of money to put this together. There's projects like Regen. So this uses real-time monitoring to prove additionalities, but it involves massive amounts of surveillance, for example. So they put like little sensors in the water, and if the water quality improves, then they're automatically issued with a cryptocurrency using a smart contract, for example. You can do it with the carbon content of the forests, anything you like. Obviously, it's very spoofable, because if someone were to find this little sensor, this is what I would do. I'd just pick it up and put it in a nice bottle of Evian or something, and then you'd get loads of money. I'm sure they would do the same, but there you go. There's lots of crypto people. You'll pick up on this very quickly if you do some reading into this space, but crypto people hate governments. They see them as very corrupt entities. The blockchain is being put to work to bypass these corrupt governments, and they're using it a lot to put land registries, for example, on a blockchain, so it avoids the ability for corrupt governments to start moving bits of land around in their favor. So this is being used a lot, but it is garbage in, garbage out. It is just a database. So if the information that's being inserted into it is incorrect, or that it disadvantages indigenous groups, for example, then it's no better than a normal database. Just people trust it because it's a blockchain. But it does have lots of problems. This is a project that I thought was had legs originally. So it's quite an experimental project that allows forests to own themselves. It's called Terra Zero, and it's one of their projects called flower tokens. So the idea is that a sensor is put on a fuchsia, a potted fuchsia, and if it grows, the value of a token associated with that future grows as well. So the idea is that this could be scaled up to a forest. So if a forest was thriving, then the money in our pockets would be more valuable. And if it died, then the value of our currency in our pockets would die as well. So interesting, just an experiment, just a bit of artwork really, but still maybe it could work in the future, who knows. So lots of conservation NGOs are using crypto just for fundraising. A paper that I wrote, 2 years ago now. So this paper focuses on several significant benefit trade-offs for conservation nonprofits buying into blockchain innovation. It looks at donor engagement and fundraising, organizational governance, and the provision of humanitarian assistance. I'll just quickly run through this. So the problem that NGOs face, they say, is that young people aren't donating. They're more apathetic, not like older people that would always give money regularly to charity. Younger people are traditionally less likely to donate. They're more likely to use cryptocurrencies though. So lots of NGOs are using these innovative ways of fundraising. Honu was a crypto kitty, an NFT, just a picture of a turtle cat, sold for 25,000 at auction. That's nothing now, obviously, because you've got NFTs selling for 91 million. And we've seen lots of other NFT platforms that are trying to get kids involved in conservation using these games. Once you've raised all the money though, you've got to get that to where your conservation project is being carried out. And a lot of the time that those funds stay as cryptocurrency, which has a lot of problems, because it means that the money isn't monitored as it crosses borders, because it's just make-believe internet money. Taxes can't be raised. There's lots of these intermediaries that have started up, like BitGive and Libra Tax, and what they try and do is get people to convert their money into cryptocurrency, send it overseas, so you don't have to pay taxes. But according to this report here by ActionAid, they're suggesting that actually the majority of the world's conservation issues and development issues are because they're not raising enough tax. So it could actually be that these cryptocurrencies are actually the cause of the problem, rather than doing anything of much value to fix the problem. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to skip over this quite quickly. But the problem with moving to a crypto giving model of philanthropy from a traditional one is that the power dimensions change fundamentally. Whereas you would have a big, powerful NGO sat in the middle there, if you can see on the left-hand image, and you would have trusts and foundations that just have to trust the NGO, the experts, that they know what they're doing. They know the local foundations and intermediaries, the beneficiaries. What crypto giving does is it removes often the need to have an international NGO. You put all the power in the hands of the donor, and they can give money on some platforms directly to beneficiaries. So Dash Tech's charity, for example, is doing just that, where they donate funds directly to poor people living in Venezuela. I mean, but this might sound like a wonderful thing, but it can actually has lots of issues with it. Surveillance philanthropy, for example, is a big issue that I can see. So this is a project called Promise. And the surveillance aspect of this is very easy to see, I think. So they encode donations. So money is given to poor people, because you can't trust poor people, can we? Because they'll just waste their money on sweets and things. This is what's going through these crypto people's minds. So they donate funds as cryptocurrencies, but they encode the tokens with conditions. So they'll say you can only spend the money on food, for example, for you and your children, or from water, or for something else, but you can't spend it on alcohol or cigarettes or things, or a new motorbike or a computer, something like that. But obviously this is it removes a lot of economic sovereignty for poor people and says they're not deserving for the same sorts of freedoms that we are in the North, just purely because of they are poor. Often because of structural reasons. So lots of projects are pulling out as well of crypto. Greenpeace, because they're scared about the climate emissions. There's a lot of projects are becoming embroiled in scams, and there's fears of funding terrorism, for example. So there's lots of reasons why charities are pulling out. Greenpeace recently stopped accepting all cryptocurrencies. Sea Shepherd, though, and a few others don't seem to care. They knowing the problems that this sort of philanthropy has, they're continuing with it anyway. So yeah, it's all very transparent, which it can be a good thing, because you can actually look in people's bank accounts. Well, it's not a bank account, it's a cryptocurrency account, and you can see all the transactions that are happening. That could be a good thing. It's also a bad thing for the charity itself, because they are drying their dirty laundry in public. It's a saying that we have in the UK. And as Bram was saying earlier, it's often the people in the Global South, the poorest people, that don't share the same freedoms, economic freedoms, and others that we have in the global North. And that's no different with this sort of philanthropy. In the United Kingdom, you can do all of these wonderful things with your crypto currency. If you were to send that to Peru, you can't do anything with it. You can convert it to another useless cryptocurrency. But as I understand it, you can't just wander into a shop in Peru and buy things with your dog money. But there you are. There's loads of examples of crypto-colonialism, which I'll steer you towards some of these papers where I talk about that. But a recent one here, this is WorldCoin. This is a charity which is based in San Francisco. They've gone to Indonesia, to a little village called Sukabumi, and lots of other places in Java. And they ask people to share all of their biometric data. So it takes a photo of their face, their full body, it collects their fingerprints, does an iris scan, all of this, and rewards them with WorldCoin, a useless cryptocurrency, which is meant as a universal basic income system, but it could possibly be used for nefarious purposes. There's been issues in terms of free, prior, and informed consent with this. Closer to home for you guys, in Spain, Fair Co-op have released their Fair Coin cryptocurrency. This is in Barcelona. I've read mixed things about this. One of my co-authors has written a paper about this, Faircoin, but lots of people are saying it's just the same as any other cryptocurrency, fairly useless. Yeah, I mean, with all of these projects, there's massive issues around potential for colonialism, neo-colonialism. The Global South provides ideal real-world testing grounds for a lot of economic experimentation. We're seeing this in Palau to Pine Ridge reserves, where there's lots of indigenous communities that are having these cryptocurrencies tested out on them, and they're being told, oh, it's for economic sovereignty, so you can bypass the corrupt federal government, but in reality they're just guinea pigs, with the hope that these cryptocurrencies can be rolled out further, perhaps to the rest of the global north. So much of this technology constitutes an intolerable hot potato for the UK and Spain and wherever else, but it seems that in the Global South they're fair game. You can test it on them, no worries. Give directly and omis go, for example, in order to identify potential recipients that are most in need of assistance and to evaluate impacts. They ask beneficiaries to take a sort of saliva cortisol test, and if they show signs of relative stress, then they're rewarded in a cryptocurrency. Aren't they lucky? Obviously, they wouldn't get away with that in the UK, but they seem to be in many parts of the Global South. So in the UK, 1 in 10 non-profits face bankruptcy at the minute. In the US, 1 in 5 donors have said they won't be giving until this is all over. It might seem like an easy way to fundraise. It might appear as if technical fixes are all that are required to fix the mechanical faults of carbon markets. But what I see in my research is that with every one of these fixes, it creates new problems. It doesn't fix the old ones, it just changes their nature. So I'm sorry I can't end with something, some more good news, really. That's not how I roll, really. But if you did want to connect and look at some of my other bits and pieces, I've got a blog, codeforest.org, or just send me an email and we'll have a chat. But thanks very much for having me. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Pete. Thanks, Bram. It has been very interesting. We are looking forward to reading the paper you quoted on Faircoins. It's a very mainstream movement in Spain and in Barcelona, and I'm sure it will be very provocative and polemic in the academic circle. We need to move now to the next session with Max and Martin, but we really appreciate your time and you being here during your holidays and sharing your knowledge. I'm sure that the Spanish public opinion will appreciate your talks. Thanks, guys, and see you soon. Okay, we are out. So hello again. We'll continue with the presentation now with Max Agil and with Martin Arboleda. Max is the author of a very nice book published the previous year, A People's Green New Deal, where he dismantled the social democratic visions on this kind of progressive approach to saving the world through green partnerships, and I'm sure he will do it in this presentation. Martin is the author of 2 books. One of those has been published in Verso, I think like 2 years ago, Planetary Mind, and he is also the author of a most recent book called Gobernar la Utopia, who has been published in Spain by Caja Negra, where he offers like an historical review of the alternatives coming from the South, especially on planning. And now his research is drawing on the Chilean experience, and he will also give us some inputs about it. So Max, the stage is yours now.
Thank you very much for this invitation, and thank you for organizing this event and trying to push forward some heterodox ideas for how we confront the ecological crisis and the larger crisis of capitalism, imperialism, and social reproduction, with which the ecological crisis is completely entwined and from which it cannot seriously be removed. So it's curious, I think, that, and it's been curiously under-remarked, that the whole discussion of Green New Deals and ecological transformation, system change, and so forth, has basically emerged as a conversation point in the Western leftist public sphere alongside various attempts at social democratic transformation within the imperial core, a term which I will elaborate upon shortly. And strictly from a political perspective, these attempts at purely social democratic and largely electoral transformation, although with an extra parliamentary impetus or mobilization or pressure, have actually been shattered. Capitalism in the European and American cores has not remotely tolerated these attempts at either social reform in a relatively more egalitarian direction, or the green attempts at social reform with which they have been bundled. Now, this is a historical fact, which I think has not been fully metabolized within our discussions when it comes to strategy in any direction and on any plane. That is, this fact that these attempts at changing the world have been catastrophically defeated, and we are living in the aftermath of that defeat, has not in fact been incorporated in subsequent plans for ecological transformation, or for that matter, in political strategies, which still subsist and orient towards forms of reformist opportunism, without there being an attendant recognition that in fact we are in front of an impasse in which we have to reverse course and realize that there are actually 2 paths on which we can proceed. We can proceed along a dead-end reformist path, which subsists, of course, on continued expropriation, exploitation, and primitive accumulation of the South without even achieving such structural transformation in the North on any level. Or we can proceed on an egalitarian, internationalist, anti-systemic, and eco-socialist direction. So in what remains, I want to discuss briefly, the nature of our world system in very loose terms as I conceptualize it. Second, I will conceptualize and put forward the green reformist proposals and explain how they interact with the existing world system. And then 3, I'll put forward some sketches, and I think actually Martin will be elaborating much more on this topic, thankfully, on this question of what green utopian planning could look like, including the attendant political tasks, which are a necessary part of the burden of social transformation within the core. Now, first, what is the world economic context? What is the world economic system? What does accumulation actually look like? It's in fact become more and more commonplace, thankfully, to be able to describe the world system as marked or marred or blighted by unequal exchange, including ecologically unequal exchange. It's somewhat more disputed, but I think relatively inarguable, that the wealth of the North has very substantially come from large-scale primitive accumulation in the South, meaning Africa, Latin America, and Asia. That is, we are talking only partially about geographical spaces, and much more so, we are talking about different articulations within the world system. This colonial looting, which has been extensively documented in the work of Samir Amin, Utsa Prabhat Patnaik, Walter Rodney, in Latin America, Celso Furtado, Raul Prebesh, Roy Moro Marini, Sergio Bagu. This colonial looting actually enabled the North to build up a substantial industrial plant and set out on the path starting around 1800 to be able to develop a highly productive industrial system whose underside not only was the massive destruction, underdevelopment, or de-development and disarticulation of Southern production systems, setting in place what economic historians now identify as the Great Divergence. Now, the ecological corollary of this Great Divergence has been unequal responsibility for global emissions. That is, the global emissions concentrated until the great period of post-colonial globalization of production, especially starting in 1970, but emissions overwhelmingly concentrated in the North, especially imperial core. And here we're talking about Europe, the United States, Australia, New Zealand. The remainder through this period concentrated in the Soviet Union, China. Conventional or even heterodox emissions accounting, I know I differ with this, Comrade Martin, conventional, even heterodox emissions accounting actually place the emissions of the Soviet Union and China and the European and Euro-American imperial core on an equal footing. I think forgetting the substantial burden of defensive industrialization, which was imposed upon those social systems. And this is very clear in all the scholarly literature and all the contemporary literature, that defensive industrialization was in fact imposed upon them, which in fact, in my view, lessens their historical responsibility if we want to take seriously an internationalist obligation, that these countries had to industrialize more than one would term necessary from a socially rational perspective, because they were a constant threat of imperialist encirclement and invasion. More recently, there's been increasing distribution of emissions, but going alongside that has been new and more important, more nuanced ways of accounting for those emissions, which have taught us that in fact there's a substantial amount of what's called offshoring. That is, a lot of the production that takes place in places like China, or for that matter, Bangladesh, and especially a country like where I live, Tunisia, is in fact associated with not merely consumption in the Euro-American core, but much more importantly, capital accumulation in the European core, right? So this tells us that there is a sharply unequal responsibility for the historical burden of emissions. And of course, we have very fine-grained analyses of that, especially work coming more recently from Jason Hickel. And this is telling us something very significant. This is telling us that we live in an uneven and polarized world when we look at most of the significant indicators, not merely of responsibility for historic carbon emissions or carbon dioxide emissions or the historic levels of pollution, which have gone alongside them, but furthermore levels of capital accumulation and furthermore development. That is, levels of per capita GDP, levels of the Human Development Index and so forth. These are sharply polarized, and these remain polarized on north-south lines, even though, of course, there is mounting differentiation within the periphery of the world system. What else does this tell us? And this is where I'm going to get into the two lefts, the two Green New Deals. This tells us, to take a Maoist apothegm, that if you don't hit it, it won't fall. That is, you have to identify what you need to hit if you want it to fall. And that if you don't identify the ongoing system of polarized accumulation, it will not fall. And if you don't identify the processes which constitute and maintain and regulate the system of unequal accumulation, the process of unequal accumulation will not end. That is, we need to accurately diagnose the pathology in order to be able to arrest it, reverse it, and try to cure it, although obviously it's too late for that. This brings us to the two Green New Deals. Now, the Green New Deal in the European, as it's been proposed in a variety of proposals of a great variety of colors in the European core, has rested on a number of elements which are fantastic and a number of elements which are absolutely pernicious, both on macroeconomic and global macroeconomic level, but also on a political mobilizational level. In terms of global macroeconomics, these have largely rested on a continued value flow from the south to the north, right? Because they have basically been a green reflection of the social democratic programs as they have risen and then fallen extremely quickly across the Euro-American core. That is, they have relied on basically a rejuvenation of the post-Cold War II labor capital pact, resting on increased productivity, fair distribution of the fruits of production in the global north, and some attention, although not nearly enough, to the historic legacy of colonization and neo-colonial underdevelopment in the global south. Programmatically, they have rested on things like a wide-scale and very meaningful distribution of use values, that is, things like hospitals, things like public transportation, things like renewable energy, things that should be part of any plausible planning in the global north. When it comes to the international sphere, however, they have been essentially silent on the climate debt proposals, which emerged from the Cochabamba People's Agreements, which were not just state level, but also reflected a wide popular movement consensus in 2010 across the world. They have not really taken seriously the national question as it comes to questions of actual national self-determination and national liberation against imperialism. They have not taken seriously the question of comprehensive demilitarization within the imperial core. They have not taken seriously the question of agriculture, both north and south, both as a necessary sector for producing use values for humanity, and also as a critical element of structuring the south-north flow of value, continued disarticulation within the periphery of the world system, continued labor repression and low wages within the periphery of the world system, and also continued access to certain types of wage goods, coffee, spices, and so forth, that flow from the south to the north because they are simply not producible within the north. You cannot grow coffee in Canada. Politically, the corollary of the Northern Green New Deals has been an argument that you could, in fact, legislate social democracy. This is forgetting that social democracy was effectively legislated, whether in its Fordist form or whether in its social democratic form as it was in Europe. This was legislated across against the specter of the USSR. This does not mean and should not be taken to mean that the USSR was an ideal model of a society. What it does mean is that the USSR offered an alternative model of a society that represented a catastrophic threat from the perspective of monopoly capitalism in the United States and Europe. And it was against that threat that widespread social democratic reforms could unfurl across Europe and the United States. There were also the national liberation movements representing an additional threat. None of these threats exist in our current world system. Anti-systemic forces across the periphery are essentially in disarray if they are not actively demonized, including, for example, in the beautiful white to black agrarian reform, which took place in Zimbabwe and is actually now undergoing a reversal. This received exactly zero solidarity across the global north, although this was an anti-racist agrarian reform, something people should have been absolutely ebullient about. They were in fact embittered about. More contemporarily, a struggle like Yemen is not represented as a struggle, but instead as a tale of victims, when in fact, the Houthi movement in Yemen has a very substantial national agrarian program that should be very interesting to people in the global north, beyond the defense of national sovereignty. So again, we have a political tableau that is starkly different than it was when these political reforms were originally in place in their non-green form across the global north. And this is not being recognized. And in fact, it's being aggressively ignored. In fact, what we see in lieu of any recognition of it, for example, we see continued advertising for a renewal of electoral route to a Green New Deal. I mean, this is pathological in the United States progressive movement, largely funded to a great extent by the Rockefeller Brothers Fund. Rockefeller's Brothers Fund are not communists, to my knowledge, nor are they socialists. Why are they funding it? They are funding it to create a left that is incapable of achieving leftist ideals and horizons. Now, I think I have about 10 minutes left. So I will briefly extrapolate, go on about the Green New Deal. And as I said, I'm very happy that Martin is after me to really be able to get into these topics, because I know we have a lot of overlap in terms of the world we would like to see. I will try to talk about the things and focus on some things that I think I probably know, like agriculture, that I'm more specialist in than Martin. So what are some necessary elements from this perspective for a people's Green New Deal, or let it have another name, a people's eco-socialism that encompasses North and South? I'm going to start with the internationalist aspects. I mean, the internationalist aspects have to focus, first of all, on solidarity with national liberation movements, which are not decolonization movements and which are not movements for national sovereignty. They are national liberation movements, which mean putting productive forces under the control of the popular classes. This is what Amilcar Cabral said. He said national liberation was coterminous with socialist planning, that is popular working class control. Needs to be unqualified solidarity, which doesn't mean uncritical solidarity, but does mean unqualified solidarity with the anti-systemic movements of the periphery. That's one thing. Two, comprehensive demilitarization. The northern militaries need to be dismantled. They serve no social function. Three, climate debt repayments. These can take on a variety of forms. Their form needs to be structured in such a way that they don't reintroduce the problems of technological dependence. This can also take the form of relaxing, of totally erasing patent rights. But right now, there are certain forms of technology, for example, around renewables, which are more advanced in the North and South. The patents on these should be absolutely removed, and the technology should be freely transferred, if not granted, to the South, which could include the knowledge, making sure that there's appropriate knowledge about how to maintain them. But the renewables transformation needs to occur at pace, both in the North and in the South. The North has an interest in this for the South has an interest in it for itself. And this should be a substantial part of climate debt repayments. Four, take seriously the Cochabamba imperatives in terms of quantity for climate debt. This cannot be simply reduced to the debt forgiveness for the Global South. This is the reformist version of it that's being, it's the saccharine version of it, the fool's gold version of it that is being forwarded lately in a variety of international fora. No, the demand which came from Cochabamba, which had a widespread legitimacy, not simply the state level, but at the civil society level, was for 1.3 trillion from the US, 3.2 trillion from the imperial core of debt payments per year for an unforeseen horizon. This essentially was a way of just saying we should have an anti-capitalist world system that began to make do on both the ecological debt and also the colonial debt that would attempted to carry out reparative action for the centuries of colonial looting. These are the major internationalist elements, not to mention processes of decolonization, both in the imperial core and in the periphery, places like Palestine. Now, I'm going to briefly discuss agriculture. Another central element, of course, is agriculture, and also, of course, renewables, and also a transformation in planning and industrial systems to make them much more focused on renewables. Those I'm not going to go into as much, and I hope that Martin will. But specifically for agriculture, we need comprehensive shifts in agricultural systems, North and South. I mean, agriculture is currently something between 23 and 37% of global emissions. And this is set to rise. It's particularly set to rise in the processing and transportation sectors, not in the pure production sector. This is a huge problem when it comes to carbon itself, and it's also a big problem when it comes to methane, nitrous oxide. It's also a huge problem when it comes to the larger biodiversity and ecological crisis, which is often forgotten in discussions that reduce the ecological crisis merely to the climate crisis. That is, there's a widespread crisis related to pesticides. There's a widespread crisis related to biodiversity losses. There's a widespread crisis related to massive species die-off due to ocean acidification, but also due to massive use of pesticides. There's a massive bird die-off. There's a massive insect die-off. There's massive algal blooms occurring. There's the massive destruction of reservoirs and aquifers and poisoning of aquifers. There is, of course, the massive cancer epidemic, which burns across the global North and the global South, intimately related both to industrialized agriculture and the genetic seed stock of the industrialized agriculture, which is not as good as land-raised crops and is not as good as the heritage crops. There's also, it's also linked in turn to a nutritional crisis across the North and the South with the homogenization of diets, which actually increases overall health costs, both in the North and in the South. So there's all these things, all these massive crises that are intertwined, and they're holistically bound to the industrialization of the agricultural system. Luckily, we can actually get to below zero agriculture. Agriculture in principle should not be an emissions emitting sector. And in principle, it should be restoring to the soil large amounts of carbon dioxide. We have anyone who tells you we actually know how much it is possible to sow into the soil is selling you fake coin. We just don't know yet. We don't know because it remains to be seen. It's going to be accomplished pragmatically and experientially rather than theoretically, or worst case scenario, it won't be accomplished at all. But what we do know is that a transformation to non-industrial modes of farming across the North and the South is capable of producing yields that in the South are as equal to, if not significantly greater than current yields from the current farming system. In the North, we're going to see yield declines of around 20%. This is not a problem in the least because currently food is in the North is produced at a rate of 50 to 60 to 70% more than is currently needed. So there's absolutely no problem with respect to human social reproduction by shifting to non-industrial, that is agroecological forms of farming. The benefits are much healthier food. We would have much healthier systems, much healthier soil quality. We would totally erase large portions of the biodiversity crisis that is linked to the forms of industrial agriculture. What does that mean macroeconomically? It means actually massive agrarian reforms, both in the North and the South, totally shattering landed estates, totally shattering South-North patterns of tropical commodity exports, which the Northern consumption very much rests upon. This also means, of course, that because there would be much higher production of use value within commodity producing farms in the South, especially to a much smaller extent in the North, you would actually create a social basis for widespread prosperity in the global South. This is actually absolutely fundamental, and it would represent a massive attack on landed property, and it would also represent the most fundamental threat to the system of accumulation on a world scale, which is exactly why any country that actually attempts to carry out a radical agrarian reform agenda from the post-Cold War, from the Cold War period until today, has immediately been placed under threat, embargo, quarantine, invasion, or coup d'etat. This is a uniform aspect of our world system since 1945. this transition would, I think, in many ways be the keystone of other transitions which would occur in the industrial sector, which would occur in the transportation sector, which would occur in the infrastructural sector, and would actually be congruent with more dispersed planning patterns. It would help us deal, especially in the South, with the ongoing planet of slums, as Mike Davis called it, although he did not think about the fact that we could also have a planet of fields. This would actually enable us to have balanced rural-urban growth across the South. And this would actually occur with more widespread prosperity across the Global South because of the increased amount of use values that would be available to people who were formerly actually effectively excluded from the labor market. When it comes to the North, speaking now with just wrapping up, this would probably mean something like some small increase, perhaps larger, of the population engaged in agriculture. Right now, it's around 1%, 2%, 2.5% in the North, could increase to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, even 8%. From my perspective, I think that's a very small price to pay for actually a permanently sustainable and completely egalitarian world system. And so I frankly advocate it. And I'm going to leave it there and leave the floor to Martin. And thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, Martin, the stage is yours now.
So, first of all, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody. Muchas gracias.
For the really engaging presentation. I'm really happy to be here in this event. And but I think quizás es mejor que lo hagan en español porque la mayoría de la audiencia.
Okay, I'm going to speak Spanish then because I think most of the audience speak Spanish. I think it's very good that Max has given this general presentation. I think he's really contextualized what the implications would be. What are the main horizons for transformation associated to a new Green Deal? My presentation is basically focused based on the premise that a new Green Deal is a very powerful and necessary and urgent issue, especially in the way Max expressed it, linked to agriculture, culture, and land ownership. But I base myself on the presence that the Green New Deal doesn't have a historic subject. It's a very powerful idea, but it doesn't have a historic subject. It doesn't come from a mass intervention like other processes had in Latin America, Europe, and North America. What I'm going to try and do is to try to understand how this was linked to sensitivity to a mass policy, and today's Green New Deal doesn't have this. In mass democratic planning and intervention programs, especially in Latin America, have managed to elicit the interest and the participation of the masses when they've been linked to a concept of development as Republican freedom. And when I speak about Republican freedom, I mean lack of domination here. No domination from an arbitrary entity, an arbitrary power. Jose Miguel Almada spoke yesterday. He was one of the pioneers in connecting the Latin American development theories with Republican theories of freedom. What I would like to say is that the main forms of thinking about development at the moment are not linked to this Republican freedom. First of all, neo-development and neo-structuralism, which is based on the fact that it's possible, or takes for granted that growth and equality are both possible at the same time. This is what is behind intervention programs and public policies. Secondly, human development or development of human capacities. Mark Sand, for instance, and Nussbaum use a paradigm which is often important in international organizations programs such as the UN Development Program. And obviously, the paradigm of human development tries to follow metric traditional standards for development, such as growth, and to see other aspects in terms of human well-being, education, health, etc. And thirdly, we've got the post-development paradigm, which Latin America has been very important over recent years, and it's been linked up to agendas such as post-extractivism. And these three main schools of thought have made their specific contributions, but the three have many differences, obviously, between them at a methodological level, ontological, etc. But what they have in common is that none of them say anything about the tremendous trend to the great concentrations of wealth that we have seen, particularly since the beginning of the 21st century. Basically, we've seen an explosion in the control and monopoly of certain aspects of the economy in the hands of oligarchs, and this has been very obvious in Latin America. The concentration of wealth and not income, which is the driving force of extreme inequality in the 21st century. This is linked to the fact that political power is more and more in the hands of oligarchs. Decision-making it responds to large oligarchic groups increasingly. There are many billionaires, more and more billionaires, and in different Latin American countries. Wealth in Chile, for example, is the country where the billionaires have the highest proportion of the national income, 16% of national domestic GDP. And this is very, very worrying in Latin America. This is the World Inequality Lab, which has been measuring the concentration of wealth. It's very important to show how these three development paradigms that I mentioned haven't got a methodological, technical, or operational proposal to reflect and analyze the problem of wealth, and especially the forms of domination that result from this process of the concentration of wealth. Human development is basically focused on poverty. They wonder what can people do, but they don't wonder what the structural and systemic circumstances are that cause such mass poverty. Something similar happens with the neo-development and the new neo-structuralist point of view, and the third school as well. So what is the radical legacy that Latin American development theories have left? And I think it's very important to retrieve some of these. One of the main elements of Latin American development theory is that they offer a counterpoint to the theory of modernization. It's a multilinear view of history. There are different pathways towards history, towards development. Secondly, this rational nucleus included a systemic view of a stratified worldview, which was hierarchical and complex. This is basically what Max was saying before about the relations, the hierarchical and asymmetrical relations which characterize the world system and the different forms of domination represented in imperialism, etc. This doesn't only signify an ontological conception of what the world system is like, but a methodological and technical emphasis in the understanding of economic surpluses. How are they produced and how they are distributed? It's very important that this complex stratification in Latin American development theories is not only seen as being part of different countries, it also sought to understand these surpluses within countries, the role of capital accumulation within countries. This point is very important. These theories didn't only have a stratification, a view of stratification, but of anti-oligarchic program of planning and institutional design. Latin America was an active area for experimenting with policies to control the oligarchies, for example, financial, etc., policies, etc. There were many institutional proposals to control oligarchic power. And this fourth element is linked to the first, to be a counterpoint to the theory of modernization. There's a critique of development, especially the most radical forms of Latin American theories, was linked to modernity. This is one of the most important points because it's the side of things that provoked most interest in the popular masses. And I'm going to talk about this later on with the Unidad Popular in Chile. I'm working on an article right now which analyzes the paradigm of planning that inspired the project of the Unidad Popular, Allende's project in Chile. With regard to a native modernity, it's important perhaps to analyze this because development theories base their paradigm on the idea of a kind of nostalgic view of a pre-modern subject who is pure, unpolluted, with no contradictions, or as an ontological figure of capital, for example, indigenous, peasant, pure. It's a romantic view. And recently, it's interesting to see how there has been an intellectual quest in Latin America based on the Republican tradition to study the 19th and 20th century popular movement and see how they created many different Republican formats to build anti-oligarchic institutions, anti-capitalist and anti-racist and anti-imperialist institutions. And there is a mission here of the subaltern subject, which shows that there is a spirit here of creating new institutions and the creation of institutions that were very, very diverse. The revolution of 1908 was a classical a reference point for Republican tradition in Latin America, but also the independence campaign headed by Simón Bolívar and other leaders, the national liberation movements that were also anti-oligarchy. César Guanche says that the Republican tropes and were not a copy of Renaissance or Greco-Roman republicanism. They were based on institutions that were specific to Latin America. Guanche shows that there was revolutionary internationalism on the one hand and nationalism on the other, which came together, for example, with the idea of free Cuba. They, on the one hand, revolutionary internationalism and national economic independence. There was an effort to develop freedom here, and Jose Miguel or Ahumada has been very important here in the Republican concept of freedom and the Latin American development theories. There are some very interesting recent approaches as well that have attempted to study this aspect of development theories and how these development theories sought to construct an alternative modernity paradigm, which would be non-capitalist, a non-capitalist modernity paradigm. We have these two books that showed the intellectual debate in the 20th century. It wasn't only a cultural explanation of the problems of Latin American countries, how Latin American intellectuals participated actively in the definition and analysis of the global economy, establishing paradigms with regard to the hierarchical and vertical world system, which was asymmetrical in different aspects of international multilateral asymmetry. Obviously, there were many different traditions here. There were more reformist traditions, there were more social democratic, and ones that were closer to revolutionary socialism.
This book is very important. It contests the idea that the ACEPAL was a different type of entity. The ACEPAL was a reformist entity or institution, but also an important space for creation related to the theory of dependency. There was a conflict later on, but they show how it was at stake, this Republican principle of non-domination as freedom, as self-government, that again, and to stress on this argument, this is a principle that is not present in those three matrices of thinking about the development. And in the time that is I still have for my talk, I'd like to talk about Unidad Popular in Chile. It was the first experiment of institutional design and economic planning that use the theory of dependency in its radical manner. What did it do it? Pedro Buscovich, on the right picture, was a minister of economy with Allende. He designed the Moscovich plan that implemented a structural transformation of the country's economies. To the right, you have Judge John Cholk. He was also Minister of Agriculture with Unidad Popular and designed the agricultural reform in Chile, one of the greatest and more transformative ones implemented in the world by a democratic regime. What are the important elements that are worth mentioning of this experiment? Of course, I cannot analyze here all the elements by the both plans, but they had a few areas in common that I should highlight. First, they were based on designing different control mechanisms to the oligarchic power. There was a government program against holdings, against imperialism, against the land property, and they designed different ways of understanding property that overcame this dichotomy between individual property and state property. They created area for social property, different cooperatives. Another very important aspect of this type of planning was based on the massive empowerment of workers and popular classes. There is different literature about this topic that cover how there was a popular empowerment through union initiatives in the industries, but also with farmers uniting different citizens to back the transformations implemented in the program of Unidad Popular. And thirdly, it was also important, I believe, that their greatest achievement by those intellectuals and planners was to make an ongoing critique of development. Their idea was that they were in favor of development, but they were aware that capitalist modernity as it is cannot really implement a real social and economical development. And therefore, the real development can only be in the hands of the organized peoples. So this is attractive as a view of the world that gave rise to an attraction of the masses and masses participation, trying to show that progress is an ideal worth fighting for, but that capitalism cannot really release the real drivers for progress that is worth fighting for. All of them are now images of the so-called battle of production that took place at a time when Unidad Popular was nationalizing different strategic industries of the economy, and they saw the need to foster or a massive insertion of workers in different sectors of the economy, supplies, farming, and some others. And they developed different programs for political activation of workers also. Here, I would like to close this part, coming back to the idea of development as freedom, not this freedom that understood as Marx, but with the more Republican sense of the word. And I would like to say that, as you know, this project, this experiment of Unidad Popular had a tragic end. It was subject to different economic sabotage by the economic oligarchies in the country. There were truck drivers that stopped the whole country. There was also a massive media attack against all the government plans, and the end was quite tragic. But if we now think on the past, the revolution in Chile is quite similar to another important landmark of the Republican tradition in Latin America, which is the revolution in Haiti. And it's interesting to see how those two historical events can help us to understand the explosive nature of the Enlightenment ideals when they are used by the underprivileged classes. The revolution in Haiti was carried out by Black slaves that told very clearly to the metropolis, yes, we want freedom, but not your idea of freedom that comes from liberal thinking. We want a universal, expansive freedom and to abolish slavery and grant all citizens of the country the citizenship. And the way it happened in Chile was similar to what happened in Haiti. A group of underdeveloped Chileans said yes to development, but knowing and stating very clearly to great industrial powers that their ideal of development is a fake ideal. And they tried to build an autonomous alternative development model that had a very strong backlash reaction. And just to close my presentation, is very important to come back to Bernardo Leiva's critique on neo-structuralism. Fernando Leiva, yes, neo-structuralism may not have a methodological understanding to the reactions in society. Is based on a synergic relationship between growth and equality without really analyzing the power relations in the economy. Fernando Leiva says it's not that neo-structuralism cannot see the domination relations in the world economy. They can see it, but the act of retaliation so strong that Unidad Popular had in trying to implement their development project was so violent and so cruel that to try to regulate these domination relations means a very dangerous conflict or confrontation. And I want to leave with you this reflection that, and coming back to those three traditions of Latin American schools of thought about development and how they are related to the problems of domination, and how can we implement an agenda where they are at the core, understanding freedom as non-domination. This is a very important historical event that is connected with this great and turbulent story of human emancipation, and the revolution in IT is one of the great milestones in the region. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Max.
Fantastic presentations. We are moving to the last part of the event, in which we will have a conversation at 7 with Anwar Shaikh. Thanks, Max, and thanks, Martin, for these brilliant takes on your respective topics. And see you soon.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Okay, guys, so we are off now. So good night, welcome everybody. I'm happy to talk and to present Professor Anwar Shaikh. Professor Shaikh was born in Pakistan 2 years before the partition of India. He currently works on the economics department of the New School for Social Science. He's working on an alternative approach to competition and microdynamics. He has been mentored by the main economist Adolf Loth and Robert Hilbroner. Anwar is a very prolific scholar. He has like nice books and articles. He coordinated the book Globalization and the Myth of Free Trade in Routledge, and he published a book translated into Spanish, actually, called Teoría del Comercio Internacional, published with Maya, which I strongly recommend, and which goes very in hand with some of the arguments that Han-Jun Chang made in the previous day. He is the author of Capitalism, Competitions, Conflict, Crises, a book in which he has been working on since the last 40 years, and that will be published very recently in Spain, in Spanish by Fondo de Cultura Económica in Mexico. They have been very nice sharing the cover with us, and where we'll show it. And for briefly describing the work of Anwar, he's the first economist to successfully interpret classical authors, Marx, Smith, Ricardo, and Keynes, and situate them in a wider theory to describe the structural features of the capitalist system. According to his understanding, the search for long-term profitability is the ultimate goal of business firms, and this occurs due to an intense competition in the global market. So short and long-term profitability is an element subject to what he calls turbulent regulation through errors and adjustments in supply, its production, and demand, consumption. Shaikh portrays capitalism as a kind of chaos. He points out dragging from the neoclassical theory with some order inside, he adds, making it from the post-Keynesian theory. That is the process resulting from reducing a wide variety of economic variables, commodity prices, wage, or profit rates, to a series of principles or centers of gravity in constant movement. For Shaikh, real competition is the central regulatory mechanism of capitalism, and a phrase that I really like, real competition is as different from the so-called perfect competition as what is from ballet. Welcome, Anwar. Thanks for being here, and the stage is yours right now.
Thank you, guys. I'm very honored to be part of this conference, and I will try my best to make an argument which I think is different from others, because I'm not focusing on specific topics, though I have many topics,
Okay.
but rather about a general framework. If I can show my PowerPoint, I can begin there. Should I share my screen now?
You should, Anwar.
Share it? Let me try.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so let me first tell you that what I'm trying to argue here is to develop a general framework. Now, at a general framework, I don't mean just sort of statements of how capitalism works in abstract, and I want to show you that you can go from specific theoretical arguments to the empirical. And this, in my opinion, is exactly what Smith did, what Ricardo did, and what Marx planned to do. But we know that Marx did not finish his work, and I'll come back to that if you want to talk about it, which is a tremendous pity, because he's probably the best economist of the understanding of capitalism. And of course, Keynes, who introduced the idea of macroeconomics as a separate discipline. And even though you can find elements of that in Marx, you can pretty much find every element in Marx, but unfortunately, it's scattered over many documents over many years. So this is my book. Came out in 2016. It's called Capitalism, Conflict, Crises. And this is the Turkish edition, which came out several years ago. And this is the Chinese edition. The Chinese edition just came out, and the book was awarded the 2021 Yikai J.P. Morgan Prize for the Financial Book of the Year, which I must say has come as a big surprise because, unfortunately, heterodox economists don't really read my book, but it turns out that the capitalist class is reading my book. So there is some reference or some appreciation of it. And this is the Spanish edition coming out from Fondo de Cultura Económica, and it's due shortly. This is the cover. It's a lovely cover. Let me go from there to talk about the basic themes of the book. First of all, the themes in economics are very common. Common says that there's some kind of equilibrium. And I want to argue that there is no such thing as equilibrium. There is an equilibration process in many, many domains, but these are dynamic in the sense that the center of gravity is always moving. They're turbulent in the sense that things are always fluctuating. So there is no such thing as equilibrium, short run, long run, anything like that. It's not wrong to analyze the properties of those centers of gravity, but equilibriums are centers of gravity of a very dynamic and turbulent process. In the same vein, I try and point out that you can develop a complete equivalent of neoclassical theory of consumers, but instead it can be developed on the basis of heterogeneous agents acting in socially acculturated manners. That is, the manners that depend on their class, their country, their language. And this is important because we need to explain consumer behavior, but we should not explain it in the absurd manner that orthodox economics does, of perfect competition, perfect knowledge, totally greedy individuals, and so on. I'd be happy to talk more about that, a critique of utility functions and all of that. I'm highly critical, and also game theory. Now, the other side of that is business behavior. And here the important point is business behavior is driven by a desire for profit, more profit, ever increasing profit. And this is a point that the classical economists make. And as you see, this is also a point that Keynes makes. These two micro foundations, so to speak, provide a foundation for aggregate demand, for a theory of aggregate demand grounded in real competition, in which investment is motivated by the net rate of return on investment. That is the difference between the rate of return and the rate of interest. Now, this is an obvious point in the business literature, because as they point out, if they throw money into the market and their rate of return is only the interest rate, then they have failed because they could have stayed at home with their money in the bank. So they measure their degree of success by the degree over which the profit rate exceeds the interest rate. Now, this is Keynes's difference between the excess of the marginal efficiency of capital over the interest rate. But it's very important, and people don't understand that this is exactly Marx's argument also. And the reason you don't understand that is that it's buried in different aspects of volume 3, and people seldom read Marx beyond volume 1. Even though it was an intention of Marx to create a comprehensive and general framework for economics. He didn't do it, he didn't finish. He had a few other things to do in politics and setting up the First International and operating, so I'm not criticizing Marx. I'm actually criticizing the Marxist tradition for not understanding this and not following up. Now, an aspect of that for me is that if you don't have a theory of real competition, you end up with the theory of perfect competition. And if you end up with the theory of perfect competition, then real competition looks like monopoly. That is to say, it does not conform to perfect competition. And therefore, you see big firms and price setting by firms and all of that. And this has led the Marxist tradition to see capitalism as dominated by monopoly. But I argue that, in fact, there is no evidence, so this is a strong argument, there's no evidence that bigger firms get higher profit rates. In fact, as I show in the literature from the business side, the profit rates of bigger capitals are lower than the average profit rate of smaller capitals. But the difference is the death rate of smaller capitals is much higher than the death rate of bigger capitals. So if you adjust for risk, there's not any difference between those. So I urge people who think of capitalism as monopoly capitalism to open your mind to think about the idea that capitalism is in fact regulated in the same way that Smith, Ricardo, and Marx especially argued. Okay, so, you know, I'm having trouble seeing the top of my screen, but anyway, let me see if I can make it a bit smaller for me. No, okay, so neoclassical macroeconomics is based on the premise that in the short run, output is determined by profit maximizing utilization and full employment of the stock of labor. This is known as supply side economics because the assumption is that the labor supply adapts, and that capitalism adapts to the growth of the labor supply so as to create full employment. Keynesian macroeconomics then presents itself as the opposite because it says it is demand side. And it claims that in the short run, output, which is the utilization of capital and labor, is regulated instead by the relatively autonomous component of aggregate demand, which is autonomous consumption and investment. This is a standard textbook model, and it is widely celebrated in the Keynesian tradition. It is noted that aggregate demand in the Keynesian tradition implies that capacity utilization and the full employment of labor, full capacity utilization, full employment of labor are not necessary outcomes. And this brings in the idea that the state should be and is capable of being the regulator of economic outcomes. I'm going to talk about that later to show that why it is not capable of driving the system. It is capable of affecting the system, but not capable of regulating and driving the system. What I'm calling real economic analysis is that is neither supply side or demand side. It is profit side. And that means that profit operates on both demand and supply, on their levels and their growth paths. As Keynes himself said, the engine which drives enterprise is profit. Now I can elaborate on that. I may not have time here, but I can elaborate that on the questions of how it is that profit generates both demand and supply. Indeed, that is the point of view of Keynes, although it's not often appreciated. Now, I'm strongly in favor of pluralism. Pluralism is a very broad tent. On the left, there's pluralism of concerns such as race, gender, class conflict, environment, inequality, economic history, history of economic thought, economic development, and even the recurrence of economic crises. And parallel to this pluralism of concerns is a pluralism of theories. Institutional economics, classical economics, Marxian economics, Keynesian economics, neoclassical economics, and post-Keynesian economics. And there's a parallel also, a pluralism of politics, ranging from the social democratic to the anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist. These are familiar dimensions of anybody familiar with heterodox economics. Indeed, even orthodox economists like Joe Stiglitz are quite radical in their use of neoclassical theory, more radical in many cases, I think, than heterodox economists. Now, though I'm strongly in favor of pluralism, I'm strongly opposed to eclecticism. What I mean by eclecticism is a tendency to pick up whatever bit of theory from any tradition in any historical period that'll give you the right answer. But that's not the right way to proceed. You can get the answer that the theory gives you, but you should not just pick out the answer you like. So I find that people on the left in heterodox economics can declare their opposition to the concept of economic man, so-called, in perfect competition, rational choice, and so on, and then turn around and say they use game theory, production possibility curves derived from the very same foundation that one supposedly rejects. I know people who consider themselves revolutionary Marxists and yet use game theory. If you know anything about game theory, it is based on the same foundations of neoclassical economics. It's just based on the interaction of individuals on a smaller scale. The other tendency in eclecticism is to add imperfections and externalities in order to explain particular observed phenomena. This is actually the dominant position, not only on the left, but within orthodoxy itself. I mean, as I said, many orthodox economists are progressive, and they do so by saying that they have to add imperfections and externalities. This has the advantage of speaking to economic orthodoxy on their own terms, which is politically easier and certainly wiser if you want to make a career in economics. But I've always argued that this also inevitably ties you to the orthodoxy because it is your point of reference and your point of departure. Now, I went to Catholic school, so I understand this procedure and this history. It really says that you wish to become a good priest, but you also wish to remain within the church. I'm asking you to leave the church. To be a bad priest is not the same thing as being a good theoretical and economic analyst. Theories have an important role because they determine, they have a logical structure which adds as a discipline, and they organize our understanding, discipline of our hopes, of our intentions, and they organize our understanding of the world itself. They're never complete. Rather, they force us to consider how new arguments are related to the structure. New phenomena are related to the structure. If you know anything about physics, you know that there's a constant understanding that you have to observe the real world, you have to explain the real world, but you cannot just add on different things that are inconsistent with the basic foundation, because then you are simply being eclectic, and no physics will allow you to do that, by the way. Nor can you do it in Darwin. And you should not do it in the framework derived from the classical tradition and Marx especially. It's basically an abandonment of the history of the intentions of these. And one important function of the theory is to warn us about what may or may not be likely, because even if we wish it otherwise. For instance, sometimes it's argued on the left that a rise in wage is not only good for workers, but also good for businesses, since it raises worker consumption and aggregate demand. It's a win-win situation. This is particularly common in post-Keynesian economics. Yet the very history of wage struggles is a history written in blood because of the vociferous and sometimes violent resistance of businesses at the both individual and political level. That's because businesses understand that a rise in real wages is a reduction in profitability. This is an obvious point that Smith, Ricardo, and especially Marx make. And yet, surprisingly, in heterodox economics, this point is avoided. Is this because capitalists are insufficiently schooled in economics? They don't understand economic reality? Or is it because economic theories are insufficiently schooled in the operation of capitalism? I argue the opposite. I argue that an appropriate economics framework must understand the factors that drive capital and labor, and they must understand its empirical complexity. 50% of my book is empirical evidence, because I don't wish this to be, I did not wish it to be simply a statement of my opinion. I wish it to be an explanation of the actual phenomena of capitalism. The goal of my work is to show, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with the top of this, so let me see if I can buy the video panel. No, that doesn't work. Anyway, okay. So I have to periodically move this. The goal of my work is to show that there's a coherent framework which can be built into from classical Marxian and Keynesian sources, not by simply adding them together. You cannot do that. You cannot simply throw things together. You have to actually build a consistent framework. And this involves elaboration, correction, extension, all in reference to the actual patterns. I lost the video panel. Okay. And the framework must be capable of explaining many observed patterns of economic life. It's not enough to say, well, I focus on this or I focus on that. Your theory cannot choose to focus on one thing. If it is not able to focus on something, it must be developed or abandoned. And in my book, as you will see, I try to explain many different phenomena. One thing I should say is that I'm going to argue that capitalism is driven by real competition. This is important because the notion of competition that the left has fallen into is the idea of neoclassical competition. Indeed, the new editors of Monthly Review openly said that their understanding of competition is that of Milton Friedman. Now, Marx, I'm sure, is rolling over in his grave if you think that competition that he was talking about is the same as Milton Friedman. I'm going to call it real competition to explain how it is different from perfect competition. As Ekaitz originally said, the difference between real competition and perfect competition is the difference between war and a ballet. Here's a outline of the structure of my book. I apologize that the book is very long because 50% of it is empirical, but also I want to show that I'm developing a framework which existed in bits and pieces in the past. I'm like an archaeologist. I try to put together the structure which was broken down or not sufficiently developed. And so the first part involves foundations of the analysis. The introduction, which is a summary of the book, empirical patterns, which I call turbulent trends and hidden structures, because I want to show that capitalism has powerful patterns. And I want to show from the start that theory must address all of them. And then I talk about micro foundations and macro patterns. This is important because the theory must be able to explain how we go from individual behavior to aggregate behavior. And that means including explaining consumer theory, the same patterns, downward sloping demand curves, income elasticities, different ones for luxury goods and necessary goods and so on. All the observed phenomena of micro, but to derive it from without any reference whatsoever to perfect knowledge, perfect competition, so-called perfect behavior of the consumer. It's in fact has to be derived from the complexity of real consumer behavior. And I often tell my students, if you want to understand how consumers behave, don't go to an economics textbook. Go to an advertising textbook, because their job is to influence how consumers behave. And so they have to understand it. They cannot talk abstractly in a way that's convenient for the theory. The fourth chapter is about production and costs, cost curves and average cost, marginal cost curves to show you what they look like in real life. And they look nothing like those in the textbooks. Then I have a section on exchange, money, and price, particularly the history of money, going back to the earliest forms of money, which include salt, which was very important money, include hides, that is the animal hides, include shells, which were important forms of money in Virginia and the US, tobacco, so that to understand that money is something intrinsic to exchange and it develops over time, so that modern money is a specific form of money. And the last one, chapter 6, is on capital. Capital understood as the materials and money dedicated to the creation and gaining of profit, what Marx calls MCM prime. And it's a brilliant formulation because it makes you understand that the purpose of throwing money into circulation and using it to buy commodities such as labor powers, such as raw materials and all of that, is to make that M prime bigger than the M. Then part two goes from that initial foundations analysis to the theory of real competition. Now, real competition is the struggle among capitalists for market share. They set prices, they cheat, they lie, sometimes they knock each other off. It's not legal any longer to burn down the warehouse of a competitor, but I assure you, this thing happens. A mafia is a pretty fierce competitor and they do it all the time. And the theory of real competition is designed to show you how it actually works in capitalism, in modern advanced capitalism. And for that reason, I argue that the theory of monopoly capitalism, which has been around since Bauer and Kautsky, is wrong. Since Hilferding, it's wrong. It's wrong because it starts with the idea of competition as the same as in Friedman. And of course, looking at the world, it's not like that. Then it says oligopoly, monopoly. That's a trap. You have to have a theory of real competition. And I show that there is really no difference in the profit rates of small and large firms. And I'm not the inventor of this. This is a common knowledge in the business literature, and they have to care about such things. That leads me to debates on perfect and imperfect competition, which is a critique of both of those, and I've sort of laid it out. And then I move to the effects of competition on relative prices. That's a very important theme from Ricardo onward. It's important in Marx, prices of production in Marx, natural prices in Smith and Ricardo. And then I developed the same framework to show how you can explain finance, stock market, bond market, interest rates. In fact, I have a section, a book on Schiller's theory of the stock market, which I show doesn't have a good foundation because it takes its point of departure from neoclassical theory. If you look at neoclassical theory, then the stock market is a mystery. But if you start from a foundation of real competition, I show that you can explain the movements of the stock market from profitability. And if you are interested in that, you should take a look at chapter 10. And the last part is chapter 11, which is to show how competition works on a world scale and how from there you can develop a theory of real exchange rates, the terms of trade. And part of what I try to show there is that the principle of international competition is the same as a principle of national competition. Firms set prices, they strive to get lower costs. Lower costs gives them an advantage in getting market share and wiping out their competitors. It also forces their competitors to go look for lower costs. And so the struggle is eternal. And it also is the foundation of the struggle of capital against labor, because if you can lower the cost of labor, or you can lower the amount of labor through automation and lower costs, that is exactly what you're supposed to do. It's not a bad thing for capitalism to do that. It's a good thing. Maybe a bad thing for labor, maybe a bad thing for us, but it is actually the right thing for capitalists to do. Then part 3 of the book talks about turbulent dynamics. The rise and fall of modern macroeconomics, classical macroeconomics. I develop a framework for classical macrodynamics. I show how that applies to the actual movements of wages and unemployment. I show how that can explain modern money and inflation. And then I show how these things all interact for the theory of growth, theory of profit, and recurrent crisis. You know, in capitalism, there are many crises. They recur, and they used to be called Great Depressions. But that's a number that suggests, a name that suggests that capitalism has a problem. So then they moved it to Great Recession. And now they're talking about the Great Pause. That's just a failure or an avoidance in orthodox economics of the reality that these are devastating phenomena and frequently threaten the very foundation of capitalism. Now, I want to show you 2 applications of my framework. I mean, I can only show you 2 because I want to stick to my promise to talk for about 45 minutes. There are many other applications, as I said, stock market, international trade, theory of the firm, and so on. But let me first begin with a very important application issue in both orthodox in advanced countries and developing countries. I'm going to talk about Lula's Brazil as an example of how important it is. And we know from not only from Keynes, but from economists, especially Marx, by the way, that if you get an influx of demand, that can pump up the economy and lower unemployment. That actually happened with the discovery of gold in North America and South America and its movement through those regions to Europe, where, as Marx points out, it led to a rise in prices, but it also led to great expansion of demand and production. Now, a tighter labor market raises real wages. But if wages rise faster than productivity, the wage share rises. And if the wage share rises, the profit share falls, and you'll get a reduction in normal profitability. And if there's a reduction in profitability, this can reduce the growth rate. And one of the offsets for the reduction in profitability is to lower the interest rate or to raise the productivity of labor and induce decrease in the labor force. That is because the growth rate of capitalism is affected by the difference between the profit rate and the interest rate. And that, as I say, is an argument that Marx makes, and it's an argument that Keynes makes. Let me try to explain this with application to, no, wait a minute, let me see if I have it also. No, let me first explain it by an application to the advanced countries. We know that Keynesian policy was the dominant form of economic thinking and policy after the post-war period. And we know that the argument there, which is an argument post-Keynesians also support, is that capitalism does not automatically find full capacity utilization for capital and full employment for labor. And therefore, the state should step in by giving a fiscal stimulus. And if you do that, according to orthodox Keynesian theory, then you'll get more employment and you get more capacity utilization. As I said, that means that it'll benefit both capital and labor. Well, this was tried, became the dominant policy in the 1970s, 60s, and 70s. And it immediately encountered a problem which could not be explained within Keynesian theory. And the problem was that you began to get inflation and a slowdown in growth. And that's just not possible within Keynesian economics. And therefore, the state would pump up the system more. And yes, you got more employment for a while, but then you got a slowdown in growth because the unemployment began to rise, employment fell, and you get more inflation. This was called stagflation, stagnation with inflation. And economics, Keynesian economics was utterly unable to explain it. It resorted to things like the oil shock, blaming the Arabs for this, but in their own theory, this could not happen. And that's why people like Milton Friedman, Ned Phelps, and others were able to literally take over economics because it was the failure of Keynesian economic theory. Now, I want to point out that if a tighter labor market raises real wages, and if wages rise faster than productivity, the wage share will rise, and this will reduce normal profitability, which will reduce the growth rate. And then, unless this is offset by lower interest rates, because growth depends on the difference between the profit rate and the interest rate, or by higher productivity growth or increase of the labor force, you will get a decline in growth. And that decline of growth appears to Keynesian theory to be a mystery, though I would argue that it's not a mystery to Keynes. But Keynes unfortunately died before he was able to connect his general theory to the underlying foundations. He talks about profitability as the driver of capitalist growth, but he doesn't develop it. Now, I want to illustrate this in two ways. As I said, one way is to illustrate it, is to show that this can explain the failure of Keynesian policies and the rise of stagflation. But I want to show how this problem reappears in development. The first and second Lula governments focused on the expansion of mass consumption by providing additional income to previously excluded working families, and by focusing on public and private investment in infrastructure. These were great developments, great attempts, and properly so, to improve the standard of living of workers and to improve the level of output and production in Brazil. They use fiscal policy to fund social transfers, increases the minimum wage, increases the housing, infrastructure, health, and education expenditures. As I said, these were wonderful and important intervention. At the same time, credit was expanded to finance an increasing volume of private investment and consumer spending, the latter at subsidized low interest rates. Poverty fell, income inequality was reduced, unemployment fell, and growth averaged a robust 4%. So this policy on the surface was a complete success. Yet, again, I'm having trouble seeing this, even after the global crisis of 2008, the government was able to induce a relatively fast recovery by expanding public credit and public investment and maintaining social programs. So the boom period was from 2003 to 2010. And in that, the wage share rose. Wages rose faster than productivity and the profit rate fell. Now that for me is a very important phenomenon because capitalism is driven by the profit rates. Now, lower interest rates can offset that for a while, but if the profit rate is falling, then the growth rate will fall. And over the next 3 years, from 2011 to 2014, the growth rate fell by half, from 4% to 2%. And in 2015, it went sharply negative. At the same time, the real exchange depreciated, the real exchange rate depreciated by 45% in the face of this crisis and of imposed regulations. Post-Keynesians have no explanation of this because they do not link effective demand to profitability and growth in this way. They sometimes talk about profit-led growth and sometimes wage-led growth, but those seem to be options. In my argument, they're not options. If the wage share increases, the profit rate falls, and if you cannot offset that, then you have a fall in the growth rate and hence a rise in unemployment, by the way. Keynesians cannot find this in their theory, and so they have to attribute it to an external shock in international prices, in raw materials prices, because there's nothing within the theory that can explain these phenomena internally. I hope you understand that I'm a fan of Lula's, and I look forward to the return of that kind of regime to Brazil. But I also want to argue that you need to understand what the consequences are when you propose a policy. I was told that in the olden days, there would be astrologers who would make predictions and for the king and so on. But if the predictions were not correct, the punishment could be draconian, including death. Now, economists don't have that feedback mechanism. We can make predictions, we can be wrong. Many examples of shock therapy, for instance, in Russia, applied by the neoclassicals, of shock therapy applied in Latin America, of the Chicago school variety. And there is no penalty. Unlike the old days when the king could hang an astrologer for being wrong, economists just move on to another topic. Nonetheless, the penalty is for those people who are subject to those theories. And if you're going to be an economist doing policy, you must take that seriously. You cannot say, oh, I was wrong, I'll retire to my house and simply avoid the issue. Piketty correctly notes that profit making neither knows limits nor morality. That's an important point. Profits is driven forever to keep expanding, Elon Musk wants to expand profit to Mars. He's just embodying the standard and long-standing assumption that you need to go where you need to go to make profits. Capitalism's efficiency consists of creating profit opportunities and cashing them in. It has created great wealth over the long run, but also great inequality and great misery in many parts of the world. It drives the absorption of some workers through growth and also the displacement of other workers through mechanization. It creates cancer-curing drugs as well as the production of cancer-causing commodities. I hope there are no smokers in this conference, so you know both sides of this. It creates heroin production and sale, not legal, but now marijuana is legal. It creates pornography, sex trafficking, which are well organized and highly, highly profitable global activities. It creates the dumping of toxins because that saves money to capitalists, and then it gets paid for cleaning them up. As Marx says, profit is on both sides of the coin. It creates these opportunities and also creates these terrible consequences. None of the arguments I make about real competition, of how firms operate, how consumers operate, depend on so-called rational choice or the various bevy of perfect behaviors and optimal outcomes. There is no need to attribute actual outcomes to deviations from some kind of Edenic state, a kind of biblical state arising from imperfections of various sorts. Because when you speak about imperfection, you must be speaking about perfection. There is no imperfection without perfection. And I argue that one must abandon both and move to a framework in which the real outcomes are natural and normal, whether we like them or not. So this brings me back to the main theory of my argument in favor of a coherent framework. When economists propose policies that do not work out, the penalty is borne by those who suffer the consequences. So it is our responsibility, indeed our main concern, that our proposals are both theoretically and empirically grounded. So to come back to my original point, I've tried to argue in favor of pluralism, which is the investigation of many different topics. And in my own work, I've done it on development, more recent work in inequality by race, class, and gender, using tools that are necessary for that. I want to say a little bit about the fact of tools. Mathematics is a tool which can be used for the appropriate question. It's not some kind of magic bulletin. It's not some kind of magic device. And using mathematics for theories that are bad is bad mathematics. Mathematics cannot give you more than what you put into it. And it is a beautiful set of propositions, but not all of them are applicable to real phenomena. I've had in my framework, in my theoretical framework, recourse to nonlinear dynamics because you're talking about real capitalism, which is moving and nonlinear and very dynamic and turbulent, and that you can do within certain theoretical frameworks. I've also had use of econophysics, and I can talk more about that, which is the explanation, which a very powerful means of explaining patterns of inequality. Inequality by race, class, and gender, as I mentioned, but also inequality across the whole world. I have a paper with Amr Ragab, co-author, which has been rejected by every journal for 10 years because they keep saying that this is not what normal economists do. Well, yes, I admit I'm not a normal economist. I don't want to be a normal economist. I want to be an economist who understands the real process. So I hope in your own thinking, you will consider this possibility of moving to a framework that's coherent and empirically grounded and moving away from just picking up a piece of post-Keynesian economics, a piece of neoclassical economics, a piece of imperfections of various sorts, and cobbling it together to get the answer you want. You cannot, in my opinion, approach the real world by saying that your outcome or your result should be progressive. Your result should be real. And if you want outcomes that are progressive, as Lula did, then you're responsible for understanding how to use the tools of economics to bring those about, including understanding how some of them will not work. This is for me a very important thing to say, that a coherent framework should tell you what you cannot do. You cannot just say, I don't like the law of gravity, so I'm going to jump off this building. It's highly non-recommended because the law of gravity is a law imposed on all of us. It doesn't mean we can't fly. It doesn't mean we can't go to outer space. We cannot do those things if you ignore the law of gravity. In that sense, capitalism has many laws of gravity. Indeed, Marx used to call them the laws of motion of capitalism. And Ricardo calls them the laws of economic laws of capitalism. Smith does too, the invisible hand. I'm trying to argue that you should consider the possibility in your own work, in your theoretical and empirical and policy work, that the advantage of a coherent foundation is that you can see what will work and what may not work, and what you can do about what may not work. Now, I promised Ekaitz I would end in 45 minutes, and this is 45 minutes. So I will stop there and open it up for discussion.
Thanks, Anwar. It's quite difficult to discuss with you, so I will try to offer you some questions to differentiate your positions from those of other economists. First of all, you participated a few years ago in an event with Thomas Piketty, where you pointed out some limits on his theory. One of those was his analysis of pre-tax income. The other was that he relies, or he reifies, political institutions to fix the problem of the capitalist class. And you argue that it's the very same political institutions, the one that generates those dynamics. So can you briefly expose your critique of Piketty, especially the one that you put in the last chapters of your book?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I mentioned econophysics, and this is very important. And a physicist by the name of Viktor Yakovenko decided to study inequality. And I can't show it here. I wish I had prepared it. But if you look at inequality, and this is data from the Internal Revenue Service to the United States, so it's not made up to serve any particular purpose, you will see a pattern of inequality. What Yakovenko showed is that the pattern can be broken into two parts. One part is a exponential curve, which applies essentially to those who have labor income. And the other part is a what's called a power law, a Pareto law, which was actually discovered in the 1898 by Pareto. And that is a very different pattern. And what Yakovenko says is, well, that's because wages have a different rule, a different pattern from profits. I asked Victor once, how did you think about thinking about this income in two terms? And he said, you must be joking. I grew up in Russia. And the one thing I knew about capitalism is that it has two classes. So he showed how to apply the theory to this, how to join the two parts together and have a general theoretical structure and that's why it's called econophysics. I was able to use that to not only explain patterns of race, class, and gender. And by the way, all of my papers are on my homepage, which I think is called realecon.org. So what I'm talking about is available there to everybody. I also want to mention that in my book, I said I had a lot of empirical evidence in the book. All the empirical data in the book is available on my book webpage, which is at the end of my email. And that means that you have access to all the spreadsheets, all the raw data, and you can see how it's developed and how it can be extended. Well, Piketty's work is great. Not only Piketty, but Saez on inequality. It shows these amazing patterns. It shows them over time. It shows them by income class, in the top 10%, top 1%. And I think that's all great. The question is, what ties this theory together? What is the foundation of these patterns? And I've argued that these are normal and natural patterns when capitalism is let loose. I don't think Piketty would disagree with that. Then the question is, what do you do about it? A wealth tax? Well, maybe, but to do the wealth tax, you have to convince capitalists that you can do it, and they have a tremendous resistance to it. Recently, it was mentioned that Elon Musk paid taxes of 3.5%. That makes me 10 times more paying more taxes than Elon Musk, because he has many loopholes. And how does that happen? It happens because the state is dependent heavily on the capitalist class for its possibilities. The very notion of an independent state is a fiction. There is possible struggle over where the state is going to go. That's an important history of capitalism, but it doesn't mean that the state is neutral. So one of my concerns about him is precisely this political idea that you can regulate capitalism in some way, by wealth taxes or some other international global phenomena, because I just don't think that's possible. I don't think it's going to be permitted. And certainly if it is permitted, it would take more than a policy prescription. It would take a global struggle. Yes, does that answer roughly your question? Yeah, it does. In this conference, I mean, it's about heterodox economists. You are quite the most prominent ones, but here we have heard several references to development theories. About you were very critical in a recent interview with Jacobin, in which you related it or you connected it to the Marxist school of monopoly from Bram and Suisse that you also discussed previously. Quoting Marx, here a phrase of you that is quite interesting: the development of the means of productions that does not mean that there is appearance of competition, but its intensification, but between larger capitals. You also told that we need correct analysis to develop good policies. And now that Lula is coming, could you please express which are the limits of development theories that Lula also pursued during his times? Well, let me start with the last one. I do not presume to give Lula advice, because I never talk about something unless I've studied in great detail. And even though I have studied development policies, I use Lula's regime as an example. I would not say that I'm competent to talk about the real issues involved, not because I think I'm not able to do it intellectually, it's because I haven't done the work. And to talk about something as concrete as that, and whose lives depend on, people's lives depend on it, I could only offer advice to those who are on the ground, and perhaps that will come about. But at the moment, all I can say is what I tried to argue about Lula's regime is that you have to avoid certain things. If you want to achieve what you want to do, then you have to avoid the consequences which will undermine it. And that is what theory is about. Theory is not about telling you what you like. Theory is about telling you what's possible. And sometimes what you wish most of all is not possible. This leads me to this idea of monopoly theory. Marxist theory has been dominated by the idea of monopoly capitalism and finance capitalism. I think both of them are completely wrong. These come from first Bauer and Kautsky at the end, in the end of the 19th century, and then it's picked up by Hilferding in his book on finance capital, and then it's picked up by Lenin. And after Lenin, virtually every school of Marxism talks about capitalism is monopoly. I asked Paul Sweezy once, what is competition if you're going to speak of monopoly capitalism? And he said, well, competition is what I learned at Harvard. It's orthodox economics competition. I would argue that is such a horrendous mistake. Poor Marx, that he's reduced to an early form of Friedman. He has a very precise, very detailed analysis of conflict, class and interclass conflict, of competition. And I've tried to lay that out in my book. I've tried to show the patterns it can explain. And therefore, I argue that you should not rely on monopoly theory for two reasons. I think it's completely wrong, but it also gives a false power to the capitalists. Yes, of course, they'd like to plan capitalism, though, except for the fact that they hate each other and would like to kill each other off. That's a small detail. They don't sit in a small room and talk about how they want to run the world. They sit in small rooms and talk about how they want to kill the other capitalists. And that's their job. That is a proper job. Therefore, the whole idea that monopoly capitalism is sort of run by power, I think is false. The power that runs monopoly capitalism, oops, hang on a second, I don't want my battery to die, I forgot. The power of monopoly capitalism, the power of capitalism is the power of the market, of profit. And that is a power over capital. That's a very important point. It is not a power that capital controls. Capital, of course, intervenes, but it's a power over capital. That's why capitalists go bankrupt. That's why whole forms of production are wiped out. That's why whole countries cannot enter into the world market, because the market is regulated by profitability, and no individual capitalist or set of capitalists determines that. I show in my book, for instance, that there is no difference in the profit rates of larger capitals and smaller capitals. Indeed, larger capitals have lower profit rates, but they have lower risk. So if you adjust for risk, their profit rates are essentially the same. And this is not my finding. This is a finding in the business literature. And it's greatly important to them to be able to understand how capitalism works. So dependency theory. I have great respect for the people involved in dependency theory. I knew some of them, I met some of them, which tells you how old I am. And I believe that the project of understanding the impact of developed capitalism on developing countries is the fundamental project. But I think that they fell for certain important notions which are false. I've already talked about monopoly capitalism, so let me talk about a different one. In David Ricardo, the theory of rent tells you, or seems to tell you, that as capitalism expands, it moves to less and less productive lands. And as it does, then the cost of agricultural goods will rise relative to the cost of industrial goods, because industrial goods and agricultural goods both have technical change. But agricultural goods have this declining fertility of land, so therefore agricultural goods will rise faster in price than industrial goods. That is to say, the terms of trade between agriculture and industry will move towards agriculture. Now, what the dependency school emphasizes, and especially Prebisch and others, is that the terms of trade do not move towards agriculture. On the contrary, the agricultural goods prices decline relative to industrial goods. And that, they seem to think, comes from the fact that industrial goods come from the advanced countries, and so therefore it's an indication of monopoly power. Well, it's interesting to note that Marx criticizes Ricardo for this argument. He said this is not simply true. Capitalists don't just move to less and less productive lands, they create more productive lands through fertilization, through technical change, through movements across the world, so that they come to places where the agricultural goods are cheaper. And he argues that, in fact, agricultural goods are subject to the same laws as industrial goods. So that wipes out the whole premise of dependency theory, which is coming from Ricardo, ironically not from Marx, who argues, and there's a letter, I didn't show it in my book, from Marx to Engels. Marx calls Engels Fred, and he says, "Dear Fred, I've been reading about Adam Smith and Ricardo, and he says the empirical evidence does not support it. And then Marx says a very, very important thing. Marx is the greatest theorist of economics ever was. He says, when it comes to theory versus the empirical evidence, I always on the side of the empirical evidence. He's a scientist, and so was Ricardo, and so was Smith. The empirical evidence tells you what you have to understand. And if your theory doesn't understand it, you have to understand what's wrong with the theory. And this is what Marx is proposing to Engels. So, as I said, I have the greatest respect and admiration for the dependency school. I understand the motivation of the monopoly school, but I think that especially in the monopoly school, there's a really fundamental error, and that error has damaged Marxism and indeed damaged the economic analysis of capitalism. I realize that may not be a popular position, but I can say for a fact that my theory was never driven by the idea of being popular.
I think that one of the realms or one of the places where this critique or this theory of monopoly capital is super present is in the tech industry. Regulators in both parts of the Atlantic, both in the United States and the European Union, are like obsessed with taming big tech companies.
Yeah.
One of the things that we learn from various authors is, you also discuss a lot about externalities. One of the things that we learned is that capitalist always displays cost to elsewhere. Can be the in the earth or can be the user. Is there anything, any kind of dynamic that you observe it in the tech industry, in Amazon, Google, and the likes, that explains something that is not present in your book, or that explains something that you didn't manage to conceptualize? And just think that we have a lot of authors talking about surveillance capitalism, cognitive capitalism, that they are like obsessed with the surname, but they don't understand capitalism. We have Varoufakis and a lot of people talking about feudalism. It appears that we enter a new era where capitalism is no longer operating. Which is your understanding? Because I didn't hear a lot about your analysis of the tech industry, and I would love to ask you about this.
First of all, the key argument I make throughout the book is that large scale does not imply the reduction of competition. It is a means to the intensification of competition. That's why large scale firms don't have higher profit rates. Indeed, as you know, Amazon and Tesla and Uber lost a lot of money for a long period of time. Why would they do that? Because they don't understand that large scale is money losing? No, because they understand that the way you win is to use your large scale to break into markets. And that has always been the history of capitalism, always. That large scale gives you the advantage of lower costs. Lower cost gives you the advantage of beating your competitors and driving them out. And then when you take the market, then you get the profits that you deserve, so to speak. Marx actually calls this process concentration and centralization, not as a phenomena of monopoly, but in fact an intrinsic phenomena of competition. So I have actually looked at these things, but I didn't do it in the book. The book is 1,011 pages, and my publisher would have me executed if I'd gone any further. But I think it's fairly easy to argue this because it applies even to small scale. People forget this. When you start a business, you start small scale. Well, why would you start a business? Because you want to get part of the market share. Well, how do you get market share? You get market share by offering something that others don't. Now, small, grocery stores and all that, they're local. But if you want to go national or international, then you have to have lower costs. And lower costs come from going to where there's cheaper labor. Lower costs come from where there's cheaper raw materials. And lower cost comes from larger scale, because larger scale allows you to reduce costs. So these are the necessary patterns of what I call real competition. I'm not surprised by that. On the contrary, I'm absolutely confident that these are normal patterns. Let me just say one other word. You use the word externality. Now, I want to argue that there's no such thing as an externality. The very notion of externality is built on the neoclassical idea that some things are internal and some things are external. I argue that everything is an internality. Yes, there are external things. And one of the comets coming out of outer space lands on us, definitely, that's an externality. The state acts in some ways that's outside the interests of capital, though mostly in the United States it does not. But I would argue that one should reject the notion of an externality because that's based on either the neoclassical theory of the consumer or the neoclassical theory of the firm. Consider consumer. If you take a textbook, I use Varian as an example, but then maybe there are newer textbooks. Varian doesn't even come to the concept of externality till page 287. All the rest is this absurd framework in which only good things are internal and bad things are external. But that makes no sense to me. The same people who produce commodities that we use also produce the degradation of the environment. That's not an externality. Both are internality. So I would argue that one should reject terms like that because they're traps. Instead, think of what is two sides of the same process. And from that point of view, they're internalities. Both of them are internalities.
And we're trying to connect your ideas to the current state of the global economy. There's a big discussion on inflation. In your book, this is like a keyword to which you oppose it, the profitability of the firms. And you also have a wide critique on modern monetary theory. You displayed it very recently on a discussion with Stephanie Kelton, where you showed your position. Talking with some of the scholars working in Spain on modern monetary theory and the group that in Spain is working on that area, they told me that your critique is a bit orthodox and it's also drawing on neoclassical theory. So I would like to hear your critique on modern monetary theory and your alternative framework, at least a synthesis of it.
Okay, so let me first talk about inflation, right? Because that's very important to the critique of modern monetary theory. I argue that one of the key contributions of Keynes about inflation is to say that inflation involves a pull on demand. This is actually Milton Friedman also, by the way. And that pull on demand can cause certain things. Now, Milton Friedman says, well, capitalism is mostly at full employment. So if you pull on demand by increasing the money supply, or in Keynes's case, by running fiscal deficits, then you'll get inflation because you're already at full employment. Keynes says, no, that's not true. Look around you. Look at what happened in 1920s. Look at 1930s. Look what's happening in the post-war period. You don't have full employment. And if you don't have full employment, then the state has room to step in. Okay, so that part is correct. You step in and you pump up the system through injecting purchasing power. And I show in the book how to actually calculate that using the IMF figures of various sorts. But if you inject purchasing power, then the question is, when does that injection lead to growth as opposed to inflation? I mean, that's a fundamental question of the supply constraint. Orthodox economics and Keynesian economics and MMT economics says that that limit is when you have full employment. I argue, actually following Marx, that there is no such thing as full employment. Capitalism is perfectly capable of importing labor. I mean, the whole history of advanced capitalism is a history of immigration, of people coming in to supply labor that capital needs, and also being blocked when the capital doesn't need them. It's true in Germany, true in the United States, it's true in Australia. It's really true in all capitalist countries. Well, if that's the case, that the labor supply is endogenous because you can open the gates of the entry into the country, or you can narrow the gates, or you can close the gates, then the labor supply is not the limit. If it's not the limit, then how do we get inflation? I point out that Ricardo and Marx make a completely different argument. Also, von Neumann makes that same argument. And that argument is that the limit to growth is when the surplus is fully invested. That's an abstract limit. It's not meant to be a concrete limit. It's a theoretical limit. But if surplus value is all fed back, then the growth of the system is the maximum because you're feeding back all of the increase, all the profit. Now, as I point out, that doesn't mean that you have to observe that. What you need to know is how far you are from this limit. And I therefore developed the equivalent of a unemployment measure or capacity utilization measure, which is this growth utilization measure. And that's really from Ricardo Marx and von Neumann. That means I can explain the limits on supply from the closeness of the growth rate to the profit rate, because the profit rate is a maximum growth rate, as von Neumann points out, as Marx also points out, and Ricardo points out. And the closer the actual growth rates to the maximum growth rate, the greater the resistance of supply. My teacher, Luigi Passanetti, develops this argument in his book and shows that the closer you get to those limits, the more you have supply constraints in different industries. Now, that for me allows you to explain inflation by combining the demand side, which is the Keynesian and many other MMT post-Keynesian arguments, with a different explanation of the limit. And this is non-trivial, because if you look at full employment as the limit, you find that the theory of inflation does not work. Does not work at all. And then this is very well known. Keynesians have been struggling with this for a long time. Well, so what's the contribution of MMT? The contribution of MMT is to focus on fiat money. Fiat money. I told you I have a chapter in my book about the history of money, beginning from the very beginning, shells and tobacco leaves and all that. And the capitalism comes at some point where money is fiat money. That is to say, it's not backed by anything, officially not backed by anything. And therefore, the state in principle can issue as much as it needs. And indeed, it can withdraw as much as it needs. That is not new. I have friends who are MMT people. In fact, all the MMT people, I know all of them fairly well. But as I point out in my book, this is an argument made by monetarists. I mentioned the book itself, in which they make exactly the same argument. The state puts in money into one area, and then it draws that money out to spend it, and then it has to either put the money back when it gets it back in taxes, or it has to refill that area. That is their argument, and it's long before MMT. Long before MMT. I think that's correct. Clearly, that's how fiat money works. But what I think is wrong is the theory of inflation. Now, some MMT people say, well, we're post-Keynesians, inflation comes about because prices are determined from wages and costs, but costs are simply the prices of other commodities. So ultimately, the wage is the regulated price. That's Kalecki. Anybody who's read Kalecki knows that's exactly what Kalecki ends up saying. I think that's wrong. They do it by saying there's a fixed markup on costs. So then they end up with the idea that the only real way to talk about inflation is either money wage increases or import goods. And I mentioned that already in talking about the arguments of post-Keynesian economists about Lula. It's external to capitalism. And then they argue, well, if you just control the wage properly, then you won't have inflation. I think this is completely wrong. And I try to argue in my book why inflation has a very different phenomena. And I do it not only for the advanced countries, I do it for developed countries. I show that you can explain inflation by the degree to which credit expands relative to the possibilities of supply. The question then for me is not MMT. The question is the implications of MMT for capitalism itself. And that leads to the question of how fiscal policy or monetary policy affects capitalism. I've already said one important way that it can improve the growth rate, which is lowering the interest rate. But they already have done that in every advanced country, the interest rate is about as low as it can go. So that part has been used up. Then everything depends on profitability for me. And effective demand, I would argue, but in Keynes, is regulated by profitability too. I can elaborate on this, but anyway, that at least lays out some of the lines of division.
I will pose you two more questions. One of those is super related to the status of the global economy again. After the pandemic, we have seen a revival of Keynesian arguments. Here very easily in Spain, we have seen both of the parties in the government praising the return of Keynes, the return of the centrality of the state. Outside Spain, we have seen a huge debate about the end of neoliberalism. And then the Ukrainian and economic crisis attached to it came, and we have seen a big investment in the military sector. Are we seeing a return on Keynes? Are we seeing a return of austerity because governments don't have enough cash, because we have this kind of next generation funds which are quite which rely enormously on public-private partnership that, as Daniela Gabor points out, it's like another kind of austerity. Which is your point of view on this?
Well, it depends, first of all, on which country. There is, in the United States, there is no public-private alliance to help labor, to help the poor, except when they threaten the system. You know, current inflation in the COVID era is driven by the fact that the supply chains have collapsed or reduced greatly. And that means that normally incomes would go down because unemployment would go up. But the states everywhere have quite properly recognized if they allow that to happen, they would have a revolt. And so they have tried to support the purchasing power of the middle class and of the working class by giving various subsidies and various grants to those to keep them up. So what you have is a tremendous decrease in supply because of the collapse of the supply chain, and you have not equivalent decrease in demand. Well, that leads to inflation, and it's a damn good thing it does, because if it didn't, it would lead to increased poverty and misery than we already have. So I don't think it's very difficult to explain inflation. What is going to be difficult is to explain how to revive the supply chain. And that comes about because all the different countries in that chain have to be able to be revived, and each one depends on the other. The whole notion of supply chain is that the weakest link affects the whole chain. And the weakest link in different places of different goods, but it's very clear. So I am all in favor of this public-private partnership, even though I don't see very much in the United States. And I understand that there'll be resistance from the capitalists, but they should be a push from labor. And I hope that it goes in the right direction. But as I've said many times, you need to know what the consequences are for profitability, what the consequences are for inflation, and you have to be prepared to deal with those consequences. If you don't, then that alliance will fall apart, as it has many other times in history. I don't know if that answers all of your questions, but the revival of Keynesian economics. You know, I think if you think that Keynesian economics was displaced by bad guys, neoliberals, Friedman and others, you know, Lucas, then Keynesian economics was essentially correct and it was politically displaced. And then you should bring it back. Yes. But I argue that it was economically incorrect, an economic fatal flaw. And bringing it back will bring back the flaw unless you make sure that you keep within the limits of the system. And that limit is that wages cannot rise faster than productivity for any extended length of time, because that's an impact on the profit rate. And the capitalists are not indifferent to this impact. And the state is not a state of the system, it's a state of capital and labor, mostly capital. So I don't see that this is going to solve the problem in itself, though it may improve, absolutely clear, the welfare state, improve the standard of living of workers. How did that happen? Because workers took up arms against low wages, against long working hours, against the horrible conditions of misery. And the state was a reaction to that to save the system. I often make the point that Jack Ma, who's the biggest industrial capitalist in the world, I think, but certainly in China, has a phrase called 996. And what does 996 mean? He says that is the only viable working principle from 9 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night, 6 days a week. So 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, 72 hours. And this is in fact the norm in the early history of capitalism. Read again Engels on the conditions of working class. Read about how workers struggled to bring the working day down from 72 hours to 65 hours, how they struggled to get child labor out the process, how they struggled to protect workers from injuries and miseries and arbitrary firing and all of that. Well, how did that happen? It happened through the organization and struggle against these natural tendencies of capitalism. And you will not do away with the natural tendencies by simply saying, I want you to be nice to labor. That's not how it works. You have to, labor has to say, we don't permit this. We fight against it. And labor in the United States is in a very weak condition, extremely weak. But it's reviving, and I'm all in favor of that. But I don't think this means that you can do away with neoliberalism in itself. It'll be a much harder struggle.
During, and this is the last question, during the pandemic, for sustaining your argument on turbulent regulation, you did two very interesting lectures on Marx and Hayek, in which you argue that both of them have similar positions on this issue. And obviously, you favor the analysis of Marx, but obviously, but I would like to hear a bit the difference between the similarities.
Well, let me talk about the similarities first, because I think people don't know the similarities.
And which one do you prefer and why?
Well, I wrote up, I mean, I have a whole paper on it, and I can share it, but they're both highly critical of how capitalism works, in the sense that they're both aware of its tendencies. Hayek says, you know, capitalism does not reward the most educated, the best students, the best people. On the contrary, many of the people it rewards are bad people. But that is the strength of capitalism, he says, because the reward is determined by the market, not by arbitrary rules of who's good or bad. Well, can you imagine Marx disagreeing with that? Marx says stronger things than that, but he definitely says that capitalism does not reward the good and the deserving. On the contrary, the whole point of the struggle against capitalism, the working class is deserving, but is not rewarded in the same way. I list a whole series of things about capitalism that Marx shares. The idea that capitalism works through trial and error. That's what I call turbulent processes. That's shared by Engels, by Marx and Hayek. The idea that the market is the regulator of the system, not the capitalist class. I already mentioned that about monopoly and so on. That's shared by Marx and Hayek. There's a long, long list of these things that I put in that paper. And the reason I do that is that one fundamental thing they don't share, and this is actually quite obvious, is whether you should continue capitalism or you should overthrow capitalism. They share the critique, but Hayek says, look, this is the best of all possible systems because it didn't arise from any planning or individual decisions. It arises organically from history. And you cannot do any better, even though it has many bad properties. Those bad properties are aspects of its good properties. Marx agrees with that idea that bad properties and good properties go together. But then he says, well, we can certainly imagine a better social system. We can certainly imagine socialism in some form. And this is their point of departure. The interesting thing is there's so many points of agreement. And I think people need to read Hayek more carefully to understand what he actually said. He believed that fascism in Chile was a good thing. So later he tried to back away from that, but we know he said that because he said it. Why is it a good thing? Because you have to fight against any attempt to overthrow the best of all possible systems. And to fight against that, you have to use force sometimes. Hayek sometimes said, well, okay, you need to keep the working class in a certain standard living, because if you don't, then you will have a problem with capitalism. Not because he cares about the working class, because he cares about the capitalist class. Well, Marx doesn't argue that. He argues that the working class should fight for its standard living and fight for the overthrow of capital. These are somewhat obvious differences. What I tried to emphasize is the surprising number of similarities in their concrete analysis. Marx, by the way, it wasn't around to talk about neoclassical economics, but Hayek was, and he thinks it's absolute nonsense. All this stuff of perfect competition, or he said, that's ridiculous. That's not how capitalism operates. And therefore, once again, I have to say, I agree with Hayek and Marx.
Well, we will be ready for sure to have that battle.
Yes.
Which form will take. But for now, I hope that this conference and the World Seminar helped people to understand development and cooperation in a more radical, or at least heterodox approach. Every conference will be distributed as a single entity, so everyone will be able to check it. And well, thanks for everyone for joining in all the channels that we distributed this conference. And obviously thanks, Anwar, for your time, for your thoughts, and hopefully we will be reading your translation of this thick book soon in Spanish.
Well, I want to mention that I have a contract to cut the book back to 300 pages. So it is now 1,011, and a lot of people faint when I mentioned that. But I had to show that I was dealing with all the other schools of thought also, and the empirical evidence. I can condense that and put it online, and therefore my goal is to reduce it around 300 pages. And then the second goal, which I will then begin afterwards, is to make a textbook, so that hopefully people will have a way to teach this stuff that's accessible to undergraduate students and graduate students.
That will be helpful, at least in Spain, where Orthodox theories are everywhere.
In Chile also, Orthodox theory, and in China, and in Europe, and France, and Italy, and certainly the United States, Orthodox theory dominates, absolutely controls all schools of thought. But that doesn't mean we have to accept that.
You did a very good work on that, so thanks again.
Thank you. Bye-bye.